morning once again. On behalf of the National Law University Odisha, the Center for International Trade Law, and our collaborating institutions, Center for Trade and Investment Law and Institute of Legal Studies, Ranchi University, it is my honor to welcome you all to this two-day international conference being held on 16th and 17th January 2026. We are privileged by the presence of our distinguished dignitaries on the dais, eminent scholars, policy makers, practitioners, representatives from the industry, faculty members, researchers, and students who have gathered here today for this important academic engagement. Your presence affirms the relevance of dialogue at the intersection of international trade, sustainability, and global energy governance. We begin our proceeding with the lighting of the ceremonial lamp. In the Indian culture, the lighting of the lamp symbolizes knowledge, wisdom, and collective responsibility, values that guide both scholarship and policy making. In this spirit, to formally commence the proceedings of this conference, may I now respectfully invite our honored dignitaries on the dais to kindly proceed for the lighting of the ceremonial lamp. me great pleasure to now invite Professor Ved Kumari, Honorable Vice Chancellor of National Law University, Odisha, to kindly deliver the welcome address. Professor Ved's leadership has consistently strengthened NLUO's academic vision and international engagement. May I request you, Madam, to kindly address the gathering.
Good morning, everyone. Audible till the end? Please raise your hand if you can hear me at the back. At the back, looks like. So good morning once again and welcome to this international conference on energy role of, where is the title? Role of international trade in global energy transition. And I congratulate the Center for International Law for having organized this conference, and certainly the partners with whose collaboration this program has become possible. The WTO Global Program and also the International CITL. What is the full form? Sorry, for being unprepared. Center for Trade and Investment Law. I welcome this lot more because I'm a complete, as you can see, a complete novice in the subject. I have no idea of what does energy transfer mean and what is the importance. And certainly we have nowadays AI to come to our rescue, that is tell us the basic, if you answer our right questions. And my understanding was that perhaps it is leading to scenarios like America putting penalty clauses on India when we are taking the gas from Russia. And then I was happy to hear AI tell me that, yeah, you are on the right track. So I think it's important for, I call these conferences as compulsory renewal programs for seniors like me, who are not obliged to do any more FDPs and all other kind of improvement in their learning. So it's an occasion for me to learn new areas and conversations. But I certainly know that all of us, the whole world has been quite shaken by the American approach on the trade traffic and how much. I think there is something like Russian, some act in the pipeline in US which is proposing 500% tariff on the supply of things. So certainly this is an area we were all aware of geopolitics, we were all aware of lots of other things, but the energy transfer also as a weapon to make another country weaker. And certainly first of all the energy, when we are saying some energy, some powers, some which makes it work something, and it does take lots of forms. I remember a joke that a minister was taken to the hydrogen, the electricity producing plant, and when he saw that how energy is taken from the water, he said, oh, no wonder our children are so weak, because the energy from the water has already been taken out. So certainly I was perhaps one of those kinds of ministers if I was taken to suddenly speak on a subject which I had nothing. And the other thing also that, you know, in a football match, there's so many people running after only one goal, such poverty. So ignorance sometimes can be very, very fatal, and therefore occasions like this, which help us learn something in a nutshell, in a two-day program like this, there will be so much power, so much energy, discussion, new findings, new approaches emerge, that I'm very thankful actually to the Center for having organized this one, and for the international collaboration, for our chief guest today, and all other dignitaries who will be chairing the sessions. I welcome you all to today's two-day conversations. And I certainly think that energy there are different components of it. One is the energy, that what kind you're talking about and how, if I say I'm energetic today, you can't see anything. So what is being transferred? Is it in the physical form? Is it in a aerial form? Air has energy, water has energy, which we certainly at some point of time in the history we did not know that energy exists. It's all, we are all aware of today, solar energy. But how to transfer solar energy? There's a lot of sun in Australia. How do we transfer that solar energy to a place where there's not so much sun, or certainly the periods of time. In winters, there's so little sun in Europe. So can Australia transfer solar power to the European countries when they have got so little sun? So for me, these were not the questions which were in my mind because I was not aware of these questions at all. It didn't occur to me. So I think I congratulate Sheila, and especially on this one, to having chosen a topic which is of great importance and for me very, very innovative conversation which will happen. So once again, I welcome you all to NLUO. Do not forget to take a tour of the campus, which presently is full of flowers. You will be missing our annual flower show, which is on 24th and 25th. But the flowers are already in bloom, and I don't know whether flowers can make any energy, but I certainly know they energize you. So how does that energization happen? That's not, I do not know, I've got no scientific or unscientific answer. But I do know for me, I get energized when I see so many flowers. So I hope that you're feeling welcome. And certainly the weather has been perfect for Odisha at this point of time for you. So enjoy and welcome once again to NLUO.
Thank you very much, Madam, for your thoughtful and inspiring welcome address. I will now briefly introduce the conference and place it in its institutional context. This conference is organized by the Center for International Trade Law, National Law University, Odisha, in collaboration with the WTO Chairs Program and the Center for Trade and Investment Law, with institutional collaboration from the Institute of Legal Studies, Ranchi University. This academic year is particularly significant for us as CITL completes 10 years since its inception. Over the past decade, the Center has emerged as a committed academic platform for research, teaching, and policy dialogue in international trade and investment law. During these 10 years, CITL has organized 6 international conferences, many in the online mode during the pandemic years, offered credit courses in investment law, international trade and investment law, and contributed significantly to the scholarship through publications of 4 completed books until now, in addition to research articles and policy-oriented work. The theme of this conference, the role of international trade in the global energy transition, addresses a defining challenge of our times. Trade can be both enabler and a constraint in the pursuit of clean energy, raising questions of equity, industrial policy, market access, and regulatory coherence. The academic response to this conference has been extremely encouraging. We received close to 90 abstracts, from which 35 were selected for presentation, and we have 51 registered participants contributing to discussions over the next 2 days. The conference is structured to facilitate informed and multi-layered dialogue. It comprises of 4 thematic panel discussions addressing key legal, policy, and institutional dimensions of trade and energy transitions, complemented by 3 special addresses by senior scholars and practitioners with extensive experience in trade and energy governance. In addition, parallel technical sessions provide a platform for the rigorous academic exchange, bringing together established experts, early career researchers, and practitioners, thereby fostering a dialogue across experience levels and disciplinary perspectives. I would like to acknowledge our collaborators, CITL, the WTO Chairs Program, and the Institute of Legal Studies, Ranchi University, for their academic partnership. We are grateful to our sponsors and supporters, including Metro Greenwoods, Jindal Steel, Turnitin, and other institutional partners. The coming together of such a diverse range of sponsors reflects a shared commitment across the sectors to support serious academic discourse on sustainability and global trade. Now, it's now my privilege to invite Professor James Dedumbara, Professor and Head of Center for Trade and Investment Law, to deliver his special address. Professor Nedumbara's scholarship and institution building efforts have played a pivotal role in shaping trade law discourse in India and internationally. May I request you, sir, to kindly address the gathering?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, distinguished participants of this particular program, Professor Ved Kumari, Vice Chancellor of NLUO, Professor Sheila Rai, Dr. Wellness Duke, Dr. Priyanka Anand, and many other people. In fact, the Center for Trade and Investment Law has been discussing about this particular program for a fairly long period of time with NLUO. And we actually wanted to invite some of the eminent speakers and international experts to this particular program. And because of this significant efforts and initiative taken by Professor Sheila Rai, we have actually a wonderful program today. And I'm also very happy to be part of this particular program. But because of certain unavoidable circumstances, I'm unable to be present physically in this program. So this program is actually on an extremely important international topic. We know that greenhouse gases actually create a huge amount of impact on the ecology and the climate change. It can basically lead to rising temperature. It can basically lead to irreversible weather patterns. It can also lead to degradation in our ecosystems. So in short, it actually has got a material impact on our ecology and our climate. And we also know that shift to greener and cleaner forms of energy can actually be very costly. Sometimes it can take huge amount of investment for that matter. And we know the areas where this particular impact is actually happening. One is basically in the field of industry. Secondly, it is actually happening in the field of transportation. It is actually happening in the field of building and raw materials. And it's also happening in the field of agriculture. So we know that in the field of transportation, many countries are actually adopting various categories of industrial policy, basically in the garb of shifting to cleaner forms of energy. And we know that a huge amount of state support or subsidies are actually given for transition from fossil fuel to other clean forms of energy. So this particular transition can also have a significant impact on trade. So what I would actually feel is that the green transition is actually enmeshed with significant amount of distortion in the industrial space. And many countries are also actually providing support in the name of research and development, in the name of employment, and some of these policies will have a dramatic and drastic impact on international trade. And we also know that, to give a particular example, the automobile sector, many countries are actually providing significant amount of support for green transition. While this presents actually an opportunity for countries to facilitate their transition to cleaner forms of vehicles, like e-vehicles for that matter, it is also leading to significant distortion in international trade. The second aspect which I would like to highlight is basically the transportation sector. The most important form of pollution, or you can say the greenhouse gas emission, is happening in the field of transportation sector. And in the transportation sector, many countries are actually coming in with regulations. For example, the European Union has been coming in with a regulation in the field of transportation. One is actually the Renewable Energy Directive. Many other countries, including especially the European countries, are coming in with various regulations. One is actually the CITL. It is basically related to some of the areas, some some of the industrial sectors where the emission is pretty high at the moment. And these measures will have a significant impact on international trade because the ability of certain countries to make that kind of a green transition is actually doubtful. And the adjustment cost will be much heavier in the initial years. And we also know that some of these mechanisms do not actually take into account the circumstances prevailing in the exporting countries. These measures will take into account their domestic imperatives and completely ignore or disregard the kind of situation prevailing in the exporting countries. The CBAM is one particular concern, and it has actually entered into effect with respect to the 1st of January this year. There are many other regulations as well, the European Union deforestation regulation, etc., but they are not actually specifically related to the green energy sector. So when we think about the green energy sector, it is actually one of the most important areas of international trade. At the moment, we know that it constitutes nearly 20 to 30% of the greenhouse gas emission happening in the world. So in order to actually use international trade as one of the vehicles or one of the levers of green energy transition, there has to be substantial more discussion happening in this area. The one particular change that we can think about is basically, you can say, removing some of the protectionist measures, and many of the measures taken by the countries actually fall within the area of protection. The second is with respect to subsidies. So when we think about the transition from fossil fuel subsidy to cleaner form of subsidies, again, many countries are actually providing huge amount of state support for that. And this kind of state support can again distort trade. So that is one area where I think there has been some discussion in international fora that the rules of the agreement on subsidies and countervailing measures agreement should be rewritten. The second is actually with respect to the aviation sector. So we know for sure that some countries, including the European Union, has come with certain categories of regulation in the field of aviation sector. With respect to shipping, we have got the Marpol Convention, and countries are actually taking unilateral measures for that matter. So again, I think one important challenge for the developing countries is to basically adjust with these international regulations, especially in some of the most important developed country markets, and also the challenges in creating a carbon market in the first place in their own jurisdiction. So, for instance, I think with respect to the CBAM, we know that the CBAM takes into account the carbon reduction emission policies in other countries, but at the same time, they do not actually provide equivalence. So this is a major challenge for countries, including India. And that is why I think discussions will have to happen, not bilateral, but even multilateral fora, to make sure that the inequities are not actually perpetuated. So when it comes to other sectors, for instance, I mentioned about the transportation sector. The construction is actually one area where the energy usage is fairly high at the moment. The agriculture sector also has got a fairly high amount of energy usage. So in these sectors, I think countries will have to follow sustainable policies. But following sustainable policies will not be easy without significant amount of domestic investment, or perhaps a foreign investment for that matter. So money has to be there. Without money, sustainability will be an elusive goal. And I'm happy that the NLUO Orissa is doing this program in association with Center for Trade and Investment, and with the help of number of supporting institutions. These discussions can actually create an environment in coming up with policy prescriptions for better, cleaner, and equitable energy transition. I regret my inability to come to this conference today, but if possible, I will come and attend the meeting tomorrow. So I wish the conference all success, and I would like to thank the organizing team, especially Professor Sheila Rai, Professor Ved Kumari, and all of the people from NLUO Orissa, and also our own team members, Agansha, and many of the people who took the initiative in organizing this particular program. And let me also express my sincere thanks to Professor Werner Duke, the former director of the WTO Appellate Body, who is the chief guest for today's morning session. And I would look forward to, I think, listening to his opening remarks as well. And thank you very much. I welcome all of you.
Thank you very much, Professor Nedumpara, for your insightful address. We'll certainly be looking forward to your arrival. We are deeply honored now to have with us Professor Werner, former director of the WTO Appellate Body Secretariat, as a chief guest for this conference, for this event. His experience at the heart of multilateral trading system offers invaluable perspectives on the evolution of global trade governance. May I request you, sir, to kindly deliver the special address.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Does it work? Does this work? Yes? Okay. Well, thank you very much. Let me begin by expressing my deep gratitude for the invitation to this important conference, to the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Ved Kumari of NLUO, and especially to Professor Sheila Rai from the Center for International Trade Law and her team, who have done so much relentless and excellent work in designing and organizing the conference. I also pay tribute to Professor Pepin and Registrar Professor Ranganpala Tripathi and all the faculty and staff and all the students and young researchers present here, who are the precious treasure of any academic institution. It is a great honor for me to be here for the first time at the conference at this distinguished law school, and to see Odisha with its rich cultural and historic and spiritual heritage, and to learn from academics from many universities in the subcontinent during this conference. My sincere thanks also go to the Center for Trade Law and Investment Law, to co-director Priyanka Nand, of course to my friend CITL Director James Nedumpara online, whose career I've admired since we worked together at the WTO Appellate Body Secretariat many years ago. Without CITL's and the Indian WTO chair support, none of this would have been possible. I'm also delighted to see so many familiar faces from CITL here, like Satwik and others. Last but not least, I would like to thank my friends Professor Kapil Sharma and Alakya Esaitambi and Aditya Tripathi from Nalsa, Hyderabad, who used to be part of the faculty of this law school and returned to this conference to Odisha. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference on the role of international trade in global energy transition will address multiple dimensions of this theme, as has been just explained. The event could not have been organized at a better time, when global warming accelerates and climate change manifests itself in Odisha and across the world, when the rules-based international trading system is shaking amidst geostrategic tensions, and multilateral Paris Accords to combat climate change are under attack by some who are in denial, while others are lagging with nationally determined contributions to reduce carbon emissions timely and decisively. But multilateralism is not dead, and climate change is real. Unleashed power orientation in international trade relations and the consequences of global warming hit the hardest those in the global south who did not cause mounting geostrategic tensions, and those who contributed the least to carbon emissions. Responsibilities for climate change mitigation are common but differentiated, and so are the capabilities of countries at different stages of development. Since World War II, and reinforced by the creation of the WTO in 1995, the fundamental principles of the GATT WTO treaties have determined the success of the multilateral system. These cornerstones include non-discrimination, MFN national treatment, market access through tariffs rather than quantitative restrictions, fair trade rules against dumping and subsidization, transparency, peaceful settlement of disputes, and policy space for legitimate societal objectives and sustainable development through special and differential treatment for developing and least developed countries. These rules and principles have been tested time and again. They demonstrated impressively their key roles in promoting growth, prosperity, fairness, equity, and sustainability of trade relations within the multilateral rules-based system. Multilateralism in trade and climate change mitigation through energy transition are at the crossroads, as the title of this conference says. Support for globalization and trade liberalization is faltering in the global north. While the global south criticized WTO GATT rule books since the era of decolonization, many of them, especially in Asia, have become staunch supporters of globalized trade that helped lift hundreds of millions out of poverty. Multilateralism is a common good that has served humanity very well, not only in the domains of trade, but also in peace and security, with human, social, and economic rights, with sustainable development and combating climate change. What seemed a decade ago an irreversible accomplishment of human civilization, leaving colonization, war, and violence behind us, has become highly contested and very shaky. Geopolitical confrontation prompted strategies toward economic containment and decoupling. We're witnessing the weaponization of trade in the pursuit of non-trade values and ambiguous economic security interests. The insecurity of global supply chains is accompanied by reshoring, nearshoring, and friendshoring production and processing. The proliferated use of trade and investment rules as tools for forcing relocalization of production, regionalizing trade, and for bilateralized trade deals with unclear barter-like trade-offs is disturbing and defies the rationales of comparative advantage. The post-war international order will falter unless we redouble our efforts to protect it. At the same time, the system needs adaptation to key challenges of the 21st century, like green transformation. We're living at a time when combating climate change through green transformation remains quintessential, but they also have substantial consequences for international trade relations. Multilateral instruments like the Paris Climate Change Accords have been achieved, but participation is no longer universal, and common but differentiated responsibilities corresponding to respective capabilities have been weakened and procrastinated. This has triggered unilateral actionism in climate change mitigation, as well as backtracking regarding, inter alia, reducing carbon emissions and deforestation, intensifying social responsibility of transnational companies with strong repercussions on international trade and comparative advantage. Promoting sustainability in supply chains through energy transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy supply, circular economy, internalization of transport and transaction costs, reducing plastics production, and fostering recycling and reuse are key challenges if we want humanity and biodiversity to continue thriving on this planet. Against this backdrop, green industrial policy has moved center stage, becoming an accepted part of economic planning, nowadays crucially framed by climate change mitigation, economic resilience, and geopolitical paradigm shifts. Contemporary green industrial policy is not primarily export-driven. It has evolved to being innovation-driven. In recent years, often soft power-driven approaches emerged, that is, cultural, political, social influence that are key in fostering cooperation and creating favorable conditions for green industrial policy. Countries have seen increasingly shifting from market correcting to market shaping industrial policies. We've seen this in WTO disputes, like in the green industrial policy flagship cases such as Canada renewable energy, feed-in tariffs, and India solar cells. One of the key cases in the area was involved India. Exclusively climate-related industrial policy remains important, but it risks losing momentum absent governmental leadership. Relevant evidence shows deceleration and headwinds for climate-oriented economic transition. In addition, public funding for climate change mitigation measures is slowing down in major economies. Public policy shifts toward prioritizing economic resilience and energy sovereignty, which also dominate contemporary global green industrial policy. Growing geopolitical fragmentation has consequences with trends towards reshoring and friendshoring increasing steeply. Green industrial policy faces private sector reluctance when structural and regulatory uncertainties arise, particularly due to the insufficient alignment of international economic rules with contemporary challenges governments are facing. All this leads to difficulties in attracting private investment when significant incentives through government action or public-private partnerships are lacking. Limited domestic market size and reduced fiscal space pose key challenges to green industrial policy in many developing and least developed countries, but increasingly also in developed countries with high public debt. Economic integration offers significant potential for green industrial policy because enhanced cooperation through preferential trade arrangements is a key avenue to build economies of scale and to attract green investment. In the absence of global antitrust rules, the green industrial policy landscape also witnesses a rise of national or regional competition law enforcement extraterritorially to tackle the tension with global fair trade rules like anti-dumping and to avoid subsidy races between countries to attract investment. Another key question is what success for a green industrial policy really means. What are the right metrics to measure carbon efficiency or progress in development that are useful to judge policy performance? What is an effective intervention and what is wasteful support? Inconsistencies and incoherence in green industrial policy definitions and metrics may lead to misguided policies and flawed implementation. This is aggravated by poor data quality that is widespread, and data supply lacks also timeliness. As noted, key green industrial policy priorities are framed by climate change mitigation, economic resilience, and geopolitics. This makes balancing climate ambition with the WTO rulebook, with global fairness and economic autonomy necessary. Key are also managing and deflating growing geostrategic tensions. Importantly, physical and digital infrastructure services and private sector collaboration are key enablers for sustainable development through green industrial policy. What are the key sectors of high relevance for green industrial policy? They comprise green energy technology, energy transition, climate action through decarbonization, public support and fostering productivity, and therefore promoting strategic autonomy and resilience. Industrial policies suggest that critical minerals, raw materials should be processed within the countries that possess the endowments. Moreover, digitalization, including digital infrastructure and services, are prone to fostering green technology transfer and bridging the north-south divide on renewable energy supply. Information technology, semiconductors, and related critical minerals are also of relevance for green industrial policy. What are the key WTO rules and challenges? WTO rules and disciplines of relevance for green industrial policy should not be seen first and foremost as obstacles, as often asserted especially by developing countries. These rules provide positive economic policy guidance that will render green industrial policy more targeted and effective, and they avoid regulatory capture and rent-seeking behavior by protected industries or upstream suppliers and downstream processors. In other words, WTO rules and principles foster the use of most efficient trade policy instruments. Horizontal green industrial policy measures applicable across sectors will less likely cause concerns as to WTO consistency than vertical green industrial policy measures, meaning sector-specific measures and policies that are more likely specific subsidies. For example, well-designed green transition research and development instruments, subsidies or tax breaks that are horizontal, for example, are proven effective and less prone to challenge. As noted, there's a strong need for coherence in green industrial policy with competition, investment, intellectual property, and policy. Demand side green industrial policy measures can complement supply side green industrial policy measures. However, supply side targeted industrial policy measures will more likely trigger WTO legal concerns than demand side measures. In discussing the legality of green industrial policies under WTO subsidy agreement, it should be recalled that existing subsidy disciplines are narrowly focused through an economic lens. Strict enforcement of subsidy rules is outdated in the face of the above policy priorities. Nevertheless, the disciplines remain useful to avoid subsidy races and rule setting by the powerful. The alternative to multilateral subsidy standard setting seems to be unilateral norm setting, and we've seen this recently where this leads to. It is conventional wisdom that current subsidy rules seem ill-equipped to accommodate effectively development-oriented and climate-oriented subsidies. Most subsidies nowadays pursue broader public policy objectives and strategic goals. The legal framework needs to reform and to distinguish between legitimate green subsidies and protectionist subsidies to align for climate change nexus. How this will be done is in the best way will be the subject of several of the panel sessions over the next 2 days. Just one last remark in this respect. The WTO rulebook offers considerable policy space for developing countries, for example, under the green general exception clauses. However, these exceptions and policy space are linked to the environmental and climate change objectives of the measures at issue. They're available to justify inconsistencies for renewable energy, but they are unlikely to work for fossil fuel subsidies. To the extent that some governments, very recently, and world players want to promote again traditional energy sources, most of the exceptions or other WTO rules will not be available as a justification. I stop here and I will continue in the sessions to focus on these topics. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Werner, for sharing your wisdom and experience with us. I now invite Professor S. Pepin, Adjunct Professor, National Law University, Odisha, to deliver his address. Professor Pepin's work on governance, sustainability, and social development brings an important human-centered perspective to discussions on transition and policy change. May I request you, sir, to kindly address the gathering?
Thank you, Dr. Priyanka. First of all, I would like to congratulate the Center for International Trade Law, headed by Professor Sheila Ray and her able team, for organizing this important conference on a topic of current interest and also interest to India particularly. I would like to thank Professor Sheila ma'am for asking me to come here today to say a few words or share my thoughts on this occasion. Respected Vice Chancellor ma'am and our chief guest, Professor Werner, and our dear friend and colleague, Professor Ranjan Tripathi, our registrar, and all my faculty colleagues and young friends. I would like to start with where our Vice Chancellor ended. She said, can flowers bring energy? Because we're talking about global energy. So I was thinking of, when a young boy or a girl wants to propose, he or she always goes with a flower. So you can imagine the power of flowers, therefore the energy in the flowers. I have titled my talk the unholy link between arms trade and energy. If energy is a global phenomena, why each and every country has to fight for the energy? That is the question I want to ask, and it is for you to find an answer. If you look at this slide, 84% of the energy is still fossil fuel. 87%. So therefore, the previous speaker from Sir Nedambara talked about the electricity and all the other e-energies. They are all fine, but still we have a long way to go to transit from fossil fuel to other forms of energy. So that is the reality I just want all of you to remember. And this slide talks about, what is the distribution of this fossil fuel. The previous slide says North America has 112 EJ. I think that's the term that is yet South July. It's very new to me how energy is measured. I think Professor Werner will be able to tell us that. So you can see where this energy is, staying. Now let me come to the so-called green energy. Professor Werner also laid a lot of emphasis on the green energy. And if you look at this graph from 2004 to 2024, only China seems to have gone much ahead of other countries with regard to, harnessing and harvesting green energy. So there is another reality. Fossil fuel will continue to dominate, and whatever attempts each and every country is making to offset that in the form of green energy, it is only China and of course European countries and US. India is also somewhere there. Now I come to the energy consumption. Which are the countries which consume maximum amount of energy? Number one is Iceland. Number two, Qatar, Singapore, United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, Trinidad and Tobago, Saudi Arabia, Oman, Canada, US, and that is how. So we are not the top energy consuming country as per the statistics and the reality. In this context, let us also look at how the arms production is taking place. I'm trying to help you to understand the link between arms and oil, particularly oil among the fossil fuels. US, these are the top 10 arms exporting countries, and which are the top 10 arms importers in the world. You will be very happy to see we are number 2 in the list, next to Ukraine, which is currently facing a devastating war there. And also let us look at the peace index, because we need to look at that dimension as well. Again, Iceland is number 1, which also consumes maximum amount of energy. Right. And the least peaceful countries are mostly, of course, Russia is on top, but some of the African countries, they are the least peaceful countries. And India ranks 115th in the Global Peace Index. Now look at the world's largest oil producers. United States, and if you look at the other diagram, on the right side, the one in red, that is Russia, that has link with China, India, and Algeria, whereas United States, South Korea, Australia, and UAE. To see that how arms trade is being controlled. by these two nations. Then major players in the global arms market. What is the share of arms market? We are talking about trade. Again, United States, US has 33%, but the share of imports, we top the list. India, we top the list. And we look at sustainable development. SDG 7 talks about ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable and modern energy for all. Unfortunately, energy is put under the prosperity, that P. Here in SDG we talk about 5 P's. One of them is prosperity. I thought energy should be in the planet, that P, which is not the case. So I would like to, before I share my concluding thoughts, I would like to show a video, so 1 minute video, to trigger your thoughts on what is happening today.
Everyone is arguing about President Trump's move on Venezuela. In truth, it's not about drugs, not about terror, and not about oil, at least not the way people think. They're missing the point. Venezuela sits on the largest oil reserves on Earth, over 300 billion barrels, worth nearly $17 trillion. But here's the twist. The United States doesn't need that oil. China does. China buys nearly 90% of Venezuela's crude, almost all of Iran's oil, and a massive share of Russia's exports. Trump understood something most leaders ignore. Power doesn't come from owning energy. It comes from controlling who gets it. Destabilize Venezuela, pressure Iran at the same time. China suddenly loses 70% of its non-US regulated oil supply. No fuel for a Taiwan war. No energy for AI dominance. No BRICS currency replacing the dollar. No shots fired. No war declared. Just leverage. As Marco Rubio put it, we don't need Venezuelan oil, but we will not allow this hemisphere's energy to be controlled by America's adversaries. This isn't chaos. This isn't luck. This is Trump playing the long game, outthinking rivals, reshaping alliances and winning without asking permission. That's not recklessness, that's strategy. Everyone is arguing about President Trump's move on Venezuela. In truth, it's not about drugs, not about terror, and not about oil, at least not the way people think. They're missing the point. Venezuela's
All right. So you have understood why are we talking about global energy transition. My dear friends, when we talk about as a law student, this is my humble understanding of view. When we talk about trade, we only talk in terms of economics, but we don't talk in terms of geopolitics. Because energy is going to be the dominant factor that is going to determine how the WTO is going to operate with regard to trade. And therefore, when the nations begin to control energy and that becomes unequal, unmanageable, there will be wars. Therefore, simultaneously, arms protection is also a factor that when we look at international trade and global energy transition. I would like to conclude a quote by astronaut Ron Garan. He was one of the NASA astronauts. You should watch. There is a link I have given you. I don't have time to. It's a little long video, 7 minutes video. But he has also written a book, Orbit Perspective, like how he used looked at the view from the orbit. And this is in one line I'm quoting. On Earth, economic growth is often treated as the ultimate goal. On Earth, that is what we do. From space, that hierarchy collapses. He argues that the correct order should be planet first, society second, and economy last. Because without a healthy planet, neither society nor economy can exist. My dear friends, when we talk about global energy transition, let us not forget the planet, because still 87% of the fossil fuel is in our planet, and that we should not lose sight of. So when that becomes the point of contention, we will not have peace, we will have only war. So with these few words, I would like to thank the organizers once again for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable comments. May I now invite Professor Rangeen Tripathi, Registrar, National Law University, Odisha, to deliver the institutional address and the vote of thanks. His collaborative leadership and steady guidance have enabled meaningful academic initiatives such as this conference. May I request you, sir, to kindly address the gathering?
Thank you, Priyanka. And once again, I welcome all of you to National Law University, Odisha. I've been thinking about law schools in Odisha since the time I learned about this conference and that it has been organized here. And one of the things that I realized about law schools in Odisha, in India, right, that we often tend to forget is that in 5 years, a student of 5-year LLB needs to earn around 240 credits to get a degree in law. A 3-year LLB student requires around 144 credits to earn a degree in law. And the thing is, not even 10% of those credits deal with global laws, international laws, or anything which has to do something with what happens beyond our country. And I understand that as national law schools or as law universities in India, we need to do a lot, talk a lot about the laws which are applicable in India, right? And a lot of energy is spent there. But the reality is that the extent to which global developments, international development, international treaties shape our everyday life, the extent to which they shape our domestic policies, the very policies which we are learning, and if we don't know what is the background, we will not know. Right? Starting from the amount of subsidies that today I get when I buy an EV bike, right, to everything that happens in our domestic sphere, in some way is shaped, influenced by what's happening at a supranational level. Right? And that's why I think that it's very important, right, that conferences like these are organized so that even as students of law, even as lawyers, we understand that our job does not finish when we learn only about the domestic laws which are there. Right? We need to understand where these laws stand in terms of the global developments. We need to understand our reality not in an insular manner about what's happening only in India. We need to understand that India does not stand alone. Right? We are part of a larger whole, and unless and until we pay attention to that larger whole, we can't be effective. So I'm really happy that the Center for International Trade Law at National University of Odisha is organizing this particular conference, and I truly hope that beyond the discussions which happen around the theme of this conference, that this conference will also make our students understand the value of international legal order, international law in various dimensions, and pursue those lines of research and inquiry going ahead. And with that, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the Center for International Trade Law, Professor Sheila Rai and her entire team, who have put in a lot of work in organizing this conference. My gratitude to our Vice Chancellor, Professor Ved Kumari, who despite her health condition has been unwavering in her support to ensure that the institution functions as it's supposed to function. And my thanks to the partners for this conference, Center for Trade and Investment Law, who have been a pillar of support, right, in conceptualizing and finally implementing the organization of this particular conference. My gratitude also to the other collaborators like the Institute of Legal Studies, University of Ranchi, and the sponsors that we have, Metro Greenwoods, Turnitin, and other sponsors who have extended help. My thanks to all the faculty and staff of National University Odisha, many of whom are not even present here today, who always play a very critical role whenever a conference of this magnitude is organized. A lot of silent work happens, which is not always visible, but their role is extremely crucial. Right? And thanks to all of you who have come here today. Right? We can announce that we are organizing something, but it does not get organized unless people respond. So to all the participants who have submitted papers, to all the presenters, to all the session chairs who have agreed to handle the conducting of sessions, a big thank you. And thanks to all my students who have come here today for the inaugural ceremony. I hope the next 2 days are going to be extremely meaningful and fruitful. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, sir, for your address. May I now request Professor Ved Kumari to kindly felicitate Professor Werner. May I now request Professor Rangin to kindly felicitate Professor Pepin. As we conclude the inaugural session, I extend my sincere appreciation to our distinguished dignitaries, speakers, academic collaborators, sponsors, organizers, and participants for contributing to this important dialogue. The discussions over the next 2 days promise to engage deeply with questions that are central to global economic governance, sustainability, and equitable development. With this, we formally conclude the inaugural session of the International Conference on the Role of International Trade in Global Energy Transition. May I request everyone to kindly stand for the national anthem. Thank you, everyone, and I wish you a productive and meaningful conference. Before we part, I would now request the dignitaries on the dais, distinguished panelists, our collaborators and sponsors, participants, and NLUO faculty to kindly proceed near the dais for a group photograph and followed by high tea, which is served in the Moot Court Hall. We shall again rejoin in another 10 minutes, 15 minutes after the session. Thank you. I request everyone to kindly please proceed.
Sheila ma'am, please come here. Sheila ma'am.
Arrange कराओ.
You also come.
SNC, ask everyone.
All those who don't want to be in the photograph can remain there. Who want to be in the photograph, you have to come here.
Come, all of you, please come and stand there. Sheila ma'am, please come here.
Arrange करो. No, nothing like that. I think few people can stand on that.
Yes, all of you can stand here. Yeah, not that all. No, you will block us. You will block us.
तो मैं पहले ही आ जाती हूँ जेंडर वाइज जाऊँ.
आप अच्छा फोटोग्राफर नहीं हो, इसीलिए इतना हमको ये कर रहे हो. फोटोग्राफ कर लो ना.
Akshay, come.
CTIL staff, please join us.
CTI people should. Where is Akansha? Call her. Can you just call her quickly?
CTIL.
Please come.
Please.
Akshay, if you stand there, you will block us. Sorry.
SNC को ले लेना लोग.
Volunteers, we are students also. Please sit here in the front. Come, students. Student volunteers. Come and join. Akansha, call you.
Kindly join us for day invitation.
One by one we could have taken.
I request everyone to kindly join us for high tea in the adjacent room. We shall reassemble for the next panel discussion at 12:10.
Where are you?
Please join us
What's your name? तुम यहाँ नहीं हो आजकल? We just saw you. You can work later on. Come, sir. अच्छा खाना नहीं होने तो मैं जाती हूँ।
अच्छा है, सैंडविच है, चलिए।
आपके लिए अच्छा क्या बताओ, फिर अगली बार से वो मैं रखवाऊँ। बर्गर और नहीं, समोसा बनना है। शाम को मैं बैग में अब मेरे ड्रेस का मैं मीडिया बाइट आप दे दो। नहीं 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 मीडिया बाइट आप मीडिया बाइट देना ना शीला कौन देगा आप और सीटीआई समझ लिखोगे
मीडिया बाइट अच्छा
मीडिया बाइट
आई जस्ट चेक
hierarchy is everywhere
yes maybe likely
बुला लो जिसको भी हाँ
उसका समझ के लिए फिर हम
नाम सात्विक
I'm telling this for my
मेरे को बोलो क्योंकि मैंने आपको एक काम ऑलरेडी दिया था
because person names नहीं है ना
मैंने आपको क्या बोला आपने मुझे 3 मिनट में खत्म करने को बोला बट हम लोग अचीवमेंट 3 मिनट करे तो मैं नहीं अपनी प्रोफाइल और ब्रीफ कर रही हूं नीड यू हैव एक तो मेरे पैनल में 7 जने हैं मुझे सात्विक ने बोला आप 3 से 4 मिनट में इंट्रोडक्शन खत्म करो मैंने इतना काम क्यों किया कि तुम्हें 3 मिनट नहीं हो पा रहा है
हमारे कटिंग टाइम कम हो जाएगा ना फिर
तो मैं एक काम करती हूँ मैं बोलती हूँ टैग पे नाम लिखा है सबके पढ़ लो स्टार्ट कर दो गूगल कर लो प्रोफाइल की बारकोड दे मैं बारकोड लगा देती हूँ देख लेना चलो आप लोग सात्विक आप रहोगे मयंक सर ठीक है थैंक यू सर
बताइए कैसे करते हैं आप भी कर रहे हैं साथ में करें ऑब्वियसली हम यूनियन को आल्सो दिए ना सो वन बाय वन करना है कैसे करना है
जो कस्टमर हुआ है इसका उद्देश्य क्या है
मैम आप स्टार्ट करें यू स्टार्ट हाँ पहले मैम स्टार्ट करेंगे
किसी को भी
आज जो कार्यक्रम हुआ है उसका उद्देश्य क्या है? परिचय देखिए।
हाँ, तो हम लोग, जैसे मेरा नाम शीला राय है, सेंटर फॉर, हम लोग का NLUO में सेंटर फॉर इंटरनेशनल ट्रेड लॉ है। हम लोग ने कोलैबोरेशन किया सेंटर फॉर ट्रेड एंड इन्वेस्टमेंट लॉ, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कॉमर्स, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया और इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ लीगल स्टडीज रांची यूनिवर्सिटी। हम लोग का पर्पस कोलैबोरेशन का ये है कि ये बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट टॉपिक है इस वक्त इंटरनेशनल ट्रेड और एनवायरनमेंट रिव्यू में, बिकॉज इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ डिपेंड्स ऑन ट्रेड ग्रोथ। सो जब ट्रेड की कहते हैं इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ, हर कोई इस वक्त बात कर रहा है कि ट्रेड रिस्ट्रिक्शन, ट्रेड ग्रोथ, एक्सपोर्ट्स कैसे बढ़ाया जाए। तो एक्सपोर्ट्स बढ़ाना मतलब प्रोडक्शन बढ़ाना और कंजम्पशन बढ़ाना। प्रोडक्शन और कंजम्पशन ऑफ एनर्जी बहुत होता है जब ट्रेड ग्रोथ होता है। तो ट्रेड ग्रोथ को एक मेजर रीज़न, एक मुख्य कारण माना गया है एनवायरनमेंट डिग्रेडेशन का। इसलिए एनवायरनमेंट एक्टिविस्ट हमेशा थोड़ा सा WTO वगैरह के अगेंस्ट रहते हैं, WTO ऑर्गेनाइजेशन या ट्रेड ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के अगेंस्ट रहते हैं। पर्पस हमारा जो इस कॉन्फ्रेंस का है कि हम इस वक्त क्या ऐसा कर सकते हैं कि इंस्टेड ऑफ कॉन्फ्लिक्ट हमारा साइनर्जी हो, कि हम ट्रेड रेगुलेशंस इस तरह से करें जिससे कि एनवायरनमेंट पर खराब इम्पैक्ट ना हो के उसका एनवायरनमेंट इनेबलिंग हो और सॉर्ट ऑफ ट्रेड ग्रोथ हो। तो ये कॉन्फ्लिक्ट के बजाय एक साइनर्जी हो जहाँ पे ट्रेड ग्रोथ और एनवायरनमेंट वेलबींग साथ हो।
जो कार्यक्रम और है उसका समाज के लिए क्या प्रभाव पड़ेगा?
इसका समाज पे तो प्रभाव पड़ेगा ही, क्योंकि जो ट्रेड और एनवायरनमेंट है ये समाज के हर पहलू पर असर डालते हैं। तो हमारा जो, हम क्या एनर्जी यूज़ कर रहे हैं, हमारा कंजम्पशन क्या हो रहा है, हम किस तरह की एनर्जी, जैसे हम जब एनवायरमेंटल फ्रेंडली गुड्स प्रोडक्ट्स यूज़ करते हैं तो थोड़ा सा कॉस्ट बढ़ जाता है ना, तो उस पर थोड़ा विरोध हो जाता है। तो मगर ये है कि हम इस तरह से इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ करें कि जो एक पुअर सेक्शन ऑफ सोसाइटी भी एनवायरनमेंट फ्रेंडली गुड्स को अफोर्ड कर सके, है ना। तो जब ये ट्रेड ग्रोथ होगा, जब हम अपनी इंडस्ट्री को बहुत ज़्यादा प्रोटेक्ट करते हैं तो अक्सर ये हो जाता है कि हमारी इंडस्ट्री हो सकता है वो सामान हम लोग को महंगा बेचे, मगर हम जब इम्पोर्ट करें तो हो सकता है वो वही सामान जो एनवायरनमेंट फ्रेंडली है हमको सस्ते में मिले। तो वो हमारे समाज की इकोनॉमिक वेलबींग भी साथ रहेगी, ट्रेड भी साथ रहेगा और एनवायरनमेंट फ्रेंडली ग्रोथ रहेगी। तो एक ऐसा, मतलब ये कॉन्फ्रेंस एक डायलॉग स्टार्ट करता है कि जहाँ ट्रेड और इकोनॉमिक और एनवायरनमेंट ग्रोथ साथ साथ चले, इसके बजाय कि इनमें आपस में कॉन्फ्लिक्ट हो। हम जा सकते हैं।
आपका परिचय वाणिज्य व्यवसाय के लिए हुआ है।
जी हाँ, कोई
आपका परिचय
मेरा नाम सात्विक शेखर है, मैं लीगल कंसल्टेंट हूँ सेंटर फॉर ट्रेड एंड इन्वेस्टमेंट लॉ का। ये सेंटर ये मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कॉमर्स एंड इंडस्ट्री गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के उनके द्वारा स्थापित किया गया है और हम सरकार के साथ इंटरनेशनल ट्रेड पे काम करते हैं।
सर जो कार्यक्रम है देखा जा रहा है कि जो वाणिज्य व्यवसाय के लिए जो रहता है, जो क्राइम होता है, जो वाणिज्य के लिए जो व्यवसाय के जो होता है, जो क्राइम क्या क्या धारा है, तो का नहीं होने के लिए, जो अपराध नहीं होने के लिए क्या क्या लॉ है, आपत्ति क्या थी?
ये जो कॉन्फ्रेंस है ये स्पेसिफिकली दो चीज़ों के लिए है। एक जैसे हम प्रदूषण की बात करते हैं और प्रदूषण हमारे व्यवसाय में होता है। आपको आयरन स्टील इंडस्ट्री हो गई, एल्यूमिनियम इंडस्ट्री हो गई, बिजली जब बिजली की ये इलेक्ट्रिसिटी इंडस्ट्री हो गई, तो जब इनका जब मैन्युफैक्चरिंग या प्रोडक्शन होता है तो जैसे पोल्यूशन होता है और उस पोल्यूशन को कंट्रोल करने के लिए सरकारें बहुत सारे सख्त कदम उठाती हैं। और लेकिन जब ये सख्त कदम उठाए जाते हैं इसका मतलब ये है कि आप जब कुछ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कर रहे हैं उसको कंट्रोल करने के लिए आपको नई तकनीकें अपनानी होगी। कंपनी जब नई तकनीकें अपनाती है तो उसका उसके पीछे बहुत ज़्यादा निवेश जाता है। तो निवेश जो जाता है उस निवेश की वजह से जो भी आपका सामान जिसका उत्पादन होता है वो सामान और उस सामान को उत्पादन करने में उस सामान के महंगे होने की वजह से महंगाई बढ़ती है। अब यहाँ पे जो इस कॉन्फ्रेंस का उपलक्ष्य है कि जब सरकार जो होती है वो जब पोल्यूशन को कंट्रोल करने के लिए या आपको पर्यावरण संरक्षण के लिए कोई कदम उठाती है उसका सीधा से सीधा इफेक्ट पड़ता है हमारे व्यवसाय पे, हमारे लोगों की जेबों पे और जो आयात निर्यात हो रहा है और एक्सपोर्ट हो रहा है। कोई भी अगर माल इंडिया में मैन्युफैक्चर हो रहा है उसको इंडिया के कानून फॉलो करने पड़ते हैं। उसी तरीके से कोई भी अगर माल बाहर से आ रहा है, कोई भी सामान बाहर से आ रहा है उसको भी इंडिया के कानूनों को फॉलो करना पड़ता है। तो जब ये कानून बनाए जाते हैं और सिर्फ भारत में नहीं बाकी देशों में भी, तो क्या इन कानूनों की वजह से आयात निर्यात में जितनी जरूरत उससे ज़्यादा रोक लगाई जा रही है कि लगाई जा सकती है। तो ये कॉन्फ्रेंस उस संदर्भ में है कि आपको पर्यावरण संरक्षण एक तरफ है लेकिन आयात निर्यात पे भी इसका हद से ज़्यादा इफेक्ट नहीं होना चाहिए बिकॉज आयात निर्यात जो है जो है उससे का डायरेक्ट इफेक्ट पड़ता है हमारे आम लोगों की हमारे आसपास का लोग वो कहीं ना कहीं इंटरनेशनल ट्रेड
जो पॉल्यूशन के लिए तो जो पॉल्यूशन होता है तो गाड़ी जो नहीं होता है जो प्लांट में वगैरह जो होता है उसके लिए क्या क्या सॉरी जो क्या क्या लाभ है उसमें कानून क्या है
मेरा नाम डॉक्टर महेश मिश्रा है। मैं डायरेक्टर इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ बिजनेस स्टडीज रांची यूनिवर्सिटी अभी वहाँ पे डायरेक्टर के तौर पे कार्यरत हूँ और मैं इस कार्यक्रम में इंस्टीट्यूट को रिप्रेजेंट करने के लिए भाग लेने के लिए आया हूँ। और ये जो कार्यक्रम आज ऑर्गेनाइज हो रहा है इसमें बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं। स्पेशली एक चीज़ पे हम लोग बात करें जो इंटरनेशनल ट्रेड होता है, जो वैश्विक लेवल पे जो ट्रेड होता है, कंट्रीज आपस में ट्रेड करती हैं। तो अभी हम लोग फॉसिल फ्यूल्स, हम लोग जितना भी अभी एनर्जी यूज करते हैं सब फॉसिल फ्यूल्स जो कि प्रदूषित करने वाले तत्वों से आता है, ठीक है। तो उन तत्वों को रिप्लेस करके हम ऐसे तत्वों से एनर्जी प्रोड्यूस करना चाह रहे हैं जिनसे कि प्रदूषण कम हो। और प्रदूषण क्योंकि कम होगा तो लोगों के हेल्थ कम खराब होगा। और ग्लेशियर्स जिस स्पीड से गल रहे हैं उस पर वैश्विक कम्युनिटी भी बहुत ज़्यादा कंसर्न और चिंतित है कि उसको हम कैसे कंट्रोल करें। और 65% अगर मैं बोलूँ तो ग्रीन हाउस गैसेज का जो इमिशन होता है वो कारण होता है ग्लेशियर के गलने का। और जितनी भी प्रदूषण हो रही है वैश्विक स्तर पे ओजोन लेवल जो डिप्लीट हो रहा है उन सब चीज़ों का, तो इसलिए वैश्विक कम्युनिटी जो है अभी बहुत ज़्यादा कंसर्न है। हम लोग एनर्जी को रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी की तरफ लेके जाएँ और सारे के सारे जितने भी कंट्रीज़ हैं वो इन चीज़ों में काम करें और ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा अपना जो एनर्जी मिक्स है उसको ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी पे डिपेंड करें। इस चीज़ पे हम लोगों को डायलॉग करना है। काम कर सकते हैं।
प्लांट वगैरह इसके लिए तो सिग्नल वगैरह इसलिए तो बहुत ज़्यादा भी स्टेशन हो पाए इसलिए क्या क्या
देखिए जितनी भी चीज़ें हैं, जितने भी औद्योगिक, नॉट ओनली कि सिर्फ कोटा भट्टी की बात करें हम, कोई भी फैक्ट्री हो या कोई भी प्लांट अगर हम बात करें, तो उसमें क्या होता है कि जो एनर्जी वो लोग यूज़ कर रहे हैं ना, वो या तो इंडिया में अगर हम इंडिया की बात करें तो मैक्सिमम जो प्रोडक्शन है वो कोल जनरेटेड इलेक्ट्रिसिटी से आता है, ठीक है, जो कि बहुत प्रदूषण करता है। एनटीपीसी जनरेट करती है मैक्सिमम जो थर्मल इलेक्ट्रिसिटी जिसको बोलते हैं। और वैश्विक लेवल पे अभी ये चीज़ें हो गई हैं कि आपको जितने भी आप औद्योगिक प्लांट हो गए, मशीनरीज हो गई, सारी की सारी को आप रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी से जनरेटेड जितनी भी इलेक्ट्रिसिटी है उनसे चलना है, सो दैट कि कम से कम प्रदूषण हो और प्लांट और मशीनरी का काम भी ना रुके, सो दैट कि सामंजस्य बैठ पाए, प्रोडक्शन भी होता रहे और प्रदूषण भी ना हो। इस चीज़ के वजह से वैश्विक लेवल पे अंतर्राष्ट्रीय लेवल पे एक सहमति बनी है जिसको हम कोपेनहेगन क्लाइमेट चेंज के नाम से जानते हैं। उसके अंदर सारे के सारे कंट्रीज ने अपना प्लेज किया था कि हम लोग अपने लेवल पे जो भी हमारा प्रदूषण जिस भी चीज़ों से होता है हम उसको कम करेंगे, सो दैट कि जो ग्लेशियर्स गल रहे हैं और जो ओवरऑल जो बढ़ता क्लाइमेट चेंज हो रहा है और गर्मी बढ़ रही है उस चीज़ को रोका जा सके।
कितने बजे शुरू होगा?
अभी आई थिंक आधा
तुम कौन से बोल रहे हो?
Change the tags. और देख लो वो schedule आकाश सर schedule
There's some criteria to, can we switch the names for the next session?
Varna sir is there.
It's already there. It's already there.
Akash sir.
Oh yeah, Abhijit will be online.
I think two of them will join online and
Yes.
you three are here. But your first session was very, very insightful and informative.
You think? Yeah. Well, they were telling me I should have discussed cases, but it's too detailed.
I recorded the entire session.
Yeah.
And I didn't get to call you.
Well, I can give you the text later. I mean, I cut the text that was 3 times longer, but it was, I don't think I need to. Yeah. Or if they're not specific subsidies. Maybe Alice Tipping will speak about this afternoon, I would assume. Just hit she was looking. I couldn't open the door to the restroom. So I thought, like, this is going to be embarrassing if I actually change the session and locked in the room. But I managed to break it open. But now I've been too strong. Now I don't. Well, I was the door didn't open anymore in the restroom. I thought this would be the most embarrassing thing I could cut the session. So
I requested the back to visual
sorry? Oh, that would be cool. But right now I'm connected. But so vertical it would definitely be specific subsidies and the R&D example I was saying it's not it might not be specific. Then also in terms of injury, if you do countervail and anti-dumping and so on, if it's a horizontal, it's going to be very hard to prove injury to a specific industry. I mean, I will maybe I can say more tomorrow about that when we talk about the legal stuff. I mean, this was now, you know, it was Telegram style. I was just taking conclusions, but basically that's the background of it. So maybe Alice will talk about this. I'm not going to. You can see you need to be careful about me all the time because I can even injure myself with the button. But I like the registrar was saying, you know, more exposure to international. That was very important. Because I also tried to make a link for the students. He doubled up, he redoubled it.
Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome you all to the first panel discussion in this international conference that is titled Green Industrial Policy at the Crossroads, Supportive Action or Protectionism. So in the inaugural session when uh, uh, there was a remark that developing countries they are through different institutions when they are trying to use international policy for pushing climate policies there. A thought flashed through my mind because I was teaching maritime law and I thought that okay, there is similar thing happening there as well. 1920 IMO policy is there, which is saying move towards efficient fuel use in the maritime sector, shipping sector, which regulates almost 90% of the global trade. So with this backdrop, like the title suggests here, what we would expect a discussion on what is protectionism, how do you differentiate whether it is supportive or is a protectionist measure, where the developing countries stand in this entire debate. So we have a wonderful panel here of experts who are going to deliberate on the session. Let me introduce you to all of them one by one. We have already met Professor Werner. He is Director of the Knowledge and Information Management Academic Outreach and WTO Chair Program, Division of the WTO. So he has been associated with the WTO right from its inception in various capacities, and he joined the WTO Legal Affairs Division in 1995 and the Appellate Body Secretariat in 2001. He was director of the WTO Appellate Body Secretariat from 2006 to 2020. Then we have with us Professor Abhijit Das. He has more than 2.5 decades of experience in international trade in various capacities, including 5 years in trade policy making in the Government of India and 25 years at the, 12 years as the head of the Center for WTO Studies, New Delhi. He has been a speaker at request as a in WTO issues for more than 20 countries. We have with us Ms. Shailja Singh, Associate Professor, Consultant and Trade Policy Advisor, Center for Trade and Investment Law, CITL, New Delhi. She is Consultant and Policy Advisor with nearly 15 years of experience, extensive experience in international economic law. She co-leads the carbon market team under the law Carbon Economy Vertical of the Council of Energy Environment and Water, CEEW. She worked as an associate with Niti Aayog and as an assistant director at FICCI, FICCI. She has also held positions with the Ministry of Commerce and Industry with the Government of India. We are also joined by Utkarsh Kumar Mishra here, Mr. Utkarsh Kumar Mishra. He is working as an assistant professor at the Law of Dharmashastra, National Law University, Jabalpur, since its inception in 2018. And he also happens to be an alumnus of NLUO here. So Professor Werner will be chairing the session here, and with these words, I welcome all the panelists here, and I request Professor Werner to take over the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Professor, for this very good introduction. Very kind of you for thank you also, and thank you in the name also for the others for the nice time. Can you hear me? Is it audible also online? Well, first of all, I would say that probably I shouldn't be sitting here, Professor Rai should be sitting here, who has been organizing everything and who is the mastermind behind all this conference and session. Thank you once again for bringing together so many interesting presentations and topics. I think we discussed that we would probably start with the presentations here at the table and then move on to online, also knowing that Professor Das and Mrs. Singh are very animated speakers, so they will certainly keep us awake and engaged also when they're speaking online. But maybe we start with Mrs. Aparna, and we ask about, we want to have a connection to India, and we want to know what's going on in the subcontinent. So in that sense, I think it's a good start to begin with your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Warner. I hope Can you hear me? Yes. So, thank you, Professor Werner. Let me start with a word of thanks to CITL, CTIL, and everyone here at the conference. It's a pleasure to be here and be sharing with you all parts from our research around this very important topic on green industrial policy at Crossroads. And my intervention is around the inclusion of the BCA mechanisms. When we think around green industrial policy, we see that would it help to I'm sure that makes everybody go wide awake. Audible now? Better. Yes. Thank you, team. So quickly, my point was that it's a convergence of green policy and industry trade all together. Back in my days, more than 10 years back, I was part of the Department of Commerce economic vertical, and we were working around FTAs, and even back then, so are we now. But the discussions were largely to look at trade policy in its own way. No convergences to what the domestic carbon pricing mechanism would be. So now I want to take a step back, and what we see, and it has started with the European Commission, that back in 2005, they introduced the domestic carbon pricing mechanism known as the emission trading scheme. And the genesis of CBAM and these other border carbon adjustment mechanisms come down from that. So when the EU say that I want to create a level playing field for my companies and I want to stop the carbon leakage, it's largely saying that the price on carbon, on the GHG, the CO2 largely, that my companies are paying in my geography, I want to put that same tax on the companies that are exporting to my territory. So that's largely the genesis, and that's where the debate around trade, WTO, has expanded. We need to have lawyers, since we are at NLUO today, to think back also on policies that have now largely become convergent to the trade policy. When we are talking around the measures like CBAM, they are largely unilateral in nature, and if when it was introduced back in 2023, the view in India was to look at it from a protectionist measure. So calling it a trade protectionist measure in an environmental measure, environmental tool in the guise of a protectionist measure. That's how India interpreted it. That was when, back in 2023, we had the Indian government derail the India-EU FTA. We had discussions around putting case in WTO. Of course, that never happened. But Today, as we see CBAM entering its definitive phase, we have all come to accept that this is the new reality. We cannot now act as this is something not happening. This is the new norm, and we need to accept and see the responses that better can support India's engagement with other trade partners. So within my intervention, there is the past where India looked at it largely from the protectionist measure. The present is where we see this somewhere in between this convergence, where India is in this changing geopolitical scenario. Trade has come to be aligned a lot with international relations. We're looking at partnerships. We're not clearly saying that no, we do not want to engage, but at the same time, we want to see that our exporters, our industries are getting are not they're getting the real benefits out of these mechanisms, and the pushback is not there from the EU. But at the same time, in the future, what do we see? Do we see this going ahead, or are we looking at support from the EU going forward? So here, as part of CEW research, we reached out to a lot many Indian companies, especially steel and aluminium, which are going to be largely impacted by these ECA mechanisms. And the objective of research was to see that what's the best response mechanism of India when it comes to these mechanisms, this CBAM-like mechanism. So one is definitely to build more robustness in the carbon pricing mechanism. India's carbon market, if not primarily, but in some ways has also been motivated by mechanisms like these. But it does not, the Indian carbon market does not function the way the EU ETS does. The current CCTS, the carbon credit trading mechanism, is not an absolute target-based mechanism. It is an intensity-based target mechanism. So you have to see where the convergence will lie. So if my companies are paying to the EU in base the carbon price that is there in the EU's ETS, are we looking at an effective carbon price paid in the third world country being captured by the EU? While the very recent declarations by the EU do say that there is going to be some sort of a acceptance there, but a lot needs to be worked there in understanding how these two design mechanisms differ. In this opening, I don't want to take a lot of time, and maybe after the other speakers have also spoken, I'll get back to the policies around the Article 6, which can be a great avenue to counter measures like BCA. Also, policies within offsetting in India, which have been looked at by the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Department of Commerce, to be a possible pathway. Now, what is required here is also that the department within the trade and the environment also speak to themselves, understand this convergence and find the right way forward. So I will stop here, and maybe in the later part of the discussion come back to the possible all other measures that EU and India can look at for further collaboration.
Thank you very much for this first introduction. I will take advantage of my function of being a bit the semi-chair. Before we move to the next presentation, and before I forget my questions, I will ask you two questions, and then, but we will talk about it after all the other presenters, so that will be better for our time management, but also gives you time to reflect further. And one of them is exactly, I think, the very last point. We probably want to hear more about what else to take into account. The EU model on carbon pricing has been criticized a lot to focus only on carbon emissions and not take into account other nationally determined contributions that would be capable of qualifying as an NTC under the Paris Convention. like even protecting natural resources or national parks or whatever, very far-fetched, but also some things closer to trade. So I think it would be very interesting for the audience to hear more. I think the problem is often that the lens is so much focused on carbon emission trading that we forget the rest. And the second question goes to the earlier part of your presentation. You mentioned the Indian carbon credit trading mechanism. Maybe you can tell us more about what exactly are the feature differences to the EU system. Now, of course, I remember we had a discussion with CITL, with James, about this with the chess program. India can do the most market-oriented system for carbon pricing. The market price will always be below the EU market price. So the allegation is, of course, that it means you would almost the US created, we see then a system that almost leads automatically to an increased tariff. And what are and maybe I ask the question the other way around, what is your response to criticisms of the EU that the EU may have of your system, of the Indian system, because we are solution oriented, we want to find a carbon mechanism that is worldwide accessible, compatible, and obviously the EU system is a unilaterally designed one and it will have to change. These are the two questions for later. And now we move on to Mr. Utkanch and your presentation before we move on to the online presentations. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Werner. Mine is not a presentation, to be strictly speaking, and rather an academic inquiry that I would like to just begin with. And the theme of this panel discussion puts into question whether green industrial policy is to be seen as supportive action or can be seen or should be seen from the point of view of protectionism. And one thing that keeps on constantly bothering my mind, and yesterday when Sheila ma'am sent us the abstracts for all the presenters, and I was looking into those abstracts and I saw that most of the participants and most of the scholars in this domain, they tend to promote international standardization when it comes to adopting international policies. And there is a lot of discussion going around in those international institutions promoting international standardization and international harmonization. But the point of departure of my entire discussion is this: who sets those standards? And the entire conventional critique of international, or rather we say national standards, or this regulatory heterogeneity in those domestic jurisdictions comes from the point of view of increasing trade costs. We want to make standards international, or we want countries to follow international standards because we want to decrease trade costs and we want to promote trade facilitation. And probably, most of these green infant industries, they would want to be attracted by both tariff and non-tariff barriers, and one of those non-tariff barriers will be those standards. So when you look at those standards, in the international WTO framework, of course, our agreement on sanitary and phytosanitary measures and technical barriers to trade becomes applicable on those standards. SPS agreement itself encourages the countries to base their standards on international standards. Of course, the larger argument is you want to protect them, you want to basically reduce trade costs. But I think in the morning session, I think Professor Werner himself and some other panelists was mentioning about the governance point of view, that we need to see this entire debate from the point of view of transnational governance also. Because these international institutions, they do not operate in isolation, they rather operate in connection with international forces, in connection with international geopolitics, etc. And one of the understanding of transnational governance also entails us to review whether we want to really adopt those constitutionalist perspectives into the domain of international trade law. Because academically this becomes very, very important. There are two major strands, as some of you might know. One is Atlantic constitutional paradigm, and another one is British constitutional paradigm, the latter being the one which focuses more on regulatory heterogeneity, and the idea of rule of law gives more freedom to countries to regulate their own domestic policy making. So my entire inquiry is whether we are actually leaving the countries to enjoy their domestic policy spaces more when it comes to green industrial policy making, or are we pressurizing the countries to adopt those international standards, specifically when those international standards are not purely international, to say at the very outset. And I would like to highlight the main problems with following those international standards when it comes to green industrial policy making. The very first problem when we say that, okay, what is green industrial policy making? Someone has to define green industrial policy making. But who defines that is the first and the foremost question, academically also, and from the point of view of policy making. Now, even if the SPS agreement, TPT agreements, and these WTO frameworks, they ask us to harmonize our standards with international standards, there will always be varying degrees of harmonization, because none of the countries in the globe, they apply international law and domestic law equally. There are, of course, several theories of monism and dualism we have been studying. Not all countries apply international law equally in their domestic sphere. So there will always be varying degrees of harmonization, and hence to me, this entire idea of international harmonization is only an idea. It cannot be really turned into practice. Then secondly, what about the different class of countries like developing or developed and least developing countries having different set of capacities to implement those domestic legislations or to implement those international norms or rules, and in the same way like developed countries. And then of course there is a recorded legitimacy issue also of deficit that is there in when it comes to international standard setting. Most of these we have, I mean, there is a clear data. India itself has many times in its official communications told WTO that most of the international standards are set in closed door sessions. How many countries actually participate? Even if all of us sit together and we look into the current chairpersonship of all those bodies, be it Codex or be it any other international setting bodies, how many how many developing and how many least developing countries are getting representation? What is the SOP of those meetings, and how are those meetings conducted? How are decisions taken in those meetings? Is a larger question. So from a very subaltern perspective, also we need to look at it. And then fourthly, I have again, as I said, there is a huge problem of monitoring of the implementation of those international standards. So I come back to the same question that I wanted to pose, whether domestic regulatory spaces should be given that much of freedom for the countries to adopt their I would say, green industrial policy according to their regional conditions, or should there be international pressure in form of those international legal regulations to adopt those international standards? Some legal scholar has very well put it that the future of international law is domestic, and I truly believe so. In that sense, when we talk about green industrial policy, I do say that of course it is definitely a supportive action for so many industries, and as Professor Werner himself in the morning said that we need to also look into the special and differential treatment requirements of the developing and the least developed countries. So what about that? So that question is the larger question that I think we need to address, and I would probably be able to speak on it more.
Thank you very much for this very thought-provoking presentation. It triggers a host of questions, and I think what you just highlighted is the schizophrenia of the countries arguing, not only US, many developing countries. Everybody wants more policy space, but at the same time, when it comes to green transition and standard setting, I can see why you would also want some degree of harmonization. But there is a contradiction. You cannot basically at the same time say, I want a policy space, but at the same time I'm resisting harmonization. Harmonization, of course, is feeding and facilitating trade. Now, again, I have two questions for you after the other speakers have spoken. And one thing is, one thought that we probably want to develop further is, you look at international standard setting bodies, and one aspect is, I think many of them, Codex, ISO, International Standardizing Organization, but there are many, many more, they are focused a lot on trade distortiveness, and they want to facilitate trade, and I like your idea. And my question would be, what are your ideas for solutions? You would, energy efficiency, the carbon footprint of products and so on, all of these elements should also flow into international standard setting, because then you don't need to repair later on through corrective measures or justifying things under exceptions. You should basically, as it were, green the standards in the phase of adoption. Maybe you can expand later on your ideas about how this could be done. Another point you made is the participatory question. Now, the reality is that most of these UN organizations are open to everybody. So developing countries can participate. Some, like ISO, they even fund participation of government officials if they can fly to Geneva, but of course there is a hurdle. And I think it's a key point that developing countries also actively participate. And I don't even think that the international organizations like Codex or ISO are the main culprits. Many of the standard setting when it comes to green labels are done by private bodies. Some of them are very transparent NGOs, others not at all. And obviously all of this is prone to regulatory capture by well-organized industries who know that the standards they set or influence will give them profit or maybe not. So that's the second point. And then finally, TBT, SPS you mentioned, there's this idea of mutual recognition, which doesn't mean identity or uniformity of law, that's correct. So often there's one protectionist element where, especially when it comes to mutual recognition of standards through developed countries, equivalence is denied to developing countries. And again, the question would be, how do we make equivalence work? That's something that achieves a similar degree of protection from trade restrictiveness, but also energy efficiency, but taking into account that it need not be identical, because harmonization does not mean uniformity. So that's for later. So we have now exhausted our speakers in the room, so we are now calling on Professor Das. Can you hear us, Abhijit, and do you want to please present your presentation? Is he still there? Oh, yes. Please, maybe you need to switch off the microphone on the microphone. I think it seems Professor can hear us, but we cannot in the room hear him. Oh, now we hear you. Now we hear you. Abhijit, we hear you.
Okay, right. So I'm grateful to all the organizers and particularly Professor Sheila Rai for organizing this two-day event and for providing me this opportunity to be in the midst of stellar scholars in the area of trade law. Now, when it comes to the issue of environment sustainability, the perception in the trade law community in India has evolved dramatically. I recall in 2022, after the Geneva Ministerial Conference, some of the doyens of trade law in India were saying that, well, why are we so worried about environmental issues, sustainability issues? These have no commercial implications. These embody the Western values. These embody the values of developed countries. And these are the gold standards in free trade agreements. So we should not hesitate in adopting what the developed countries, particularly the European Union, is saying. in respect of sustainability and green policies. It's really a matter of satisfaction that some of those doyens have now changed their perspective. Let's make no mistake. What we are seeing in the developed countries, particularly the European Union, is to use environment, sustainability, green policies less for erecting barriers to exports, particularly from developing countries. I'll give just one example. The much talked of CBAM, it will reduce global carbon emissions by a glorious figure of 0.1%, but it will unleash huge amount of difficulties, particularly for exports from developing countries. So let's make no mistake, the concern for environment and environment-related values, particularly in the European Union, may be a bit for promoting environmental considerations, but these are more for erecting barriers to exports. Now, after having made that point, let me shift to the architecture of trade rules. If we look at the architecture of trade rules, what becomes amply clear is that be it the rules at the GATT and WTO or emphasis has been paid more on access to natural resources, and on the other hand, the possibility of countries that are resource rich using policy instruments for promoting downstream value added processing. Not only has that been de-emphasized, but many of the possible policy instruments have been either outrightly prohibited or a very narrow window has been provided. Now, all that goes back to the Atlantic Charter, which really talked about access on equal terms to the raw materials of the world. Now, that seems to have informed the rulemaking on issues which are relevant for access to natural resources. Now, this is reflected through multiple provisions in GATT and the WTO, even in bilateral investment treaties. To give you an illustration, countries are prevented from imposing outright export bans. They can impose only temporary export bans, provided certain conditions are fulfilled. So if let's assume that I'm a resource-rich developing country and I want to encourage downstream processing of that particular resource, let's say cobalt, and if the international prices of raw cobalt is very high, naturally raw cobalt will flow out from my country into the international markets to the countries who are willing to pay high prices with deep pockets. That will, in a way, almost preempt the possibility of a downstream cobalt processing industry being established in my country. What would I like to do to facilitate that? Impose export restrictions. Sorry, GATT Article 11 prevents us from doing it. Only temporary export restrictions can be imposed. What flexibility does exist is to impose export taxes. Most countries have not taken any commitment on export taxes. So resource-rich countries have that possibility. But interestingly, if you look at many of the free trade agreements, if you look at the economic partnership agreements entered into by European Union with the African countries, with the exception of just 2 or 3 countries, in these EPAs and in many FTAs, countries have given up their right to impose export taxes. So that again is another policy instrument that is gradually getting eroded, which could have helped developing countries which are resource rich to use policy instruments to create a value-added downstream industry based on their endowment of natural resources, in the present context, critical minerals, which are very essential for decarbonization, for green transition. Now, is there a way out? We could go back to the UN resolution on permanent sovereignty over natural resources. That was a UN resolution of 1962, which recognized the inalienable right of all states to dispose of their natural wealth and resources in accordance with their national interest and on respect for economic independence of states. Further, it did recognize that violation of rights of people and nations to sovereignty over their natural resources is contrary to the spirit and principles of the Charter of the UN. Now, interestingly, in a couple of disputes at the WTO, the principle of PSNR was invoked by countries which had imposed restrictions on exports of natural resources, or which had imposed certain processing requirements before natural resources could be exported. Unfortunately, the panel and appellate body were not sympathetic to these considerations. So I would really urge the students at NLUO to see how the principle of permanent sovereignty over natural resources can be interpreted, can be understood in present day context, whereby the grab for natural resources is already going on. It is nothing new. This is the historical reality. And that grab is really now being facilitated by some of the rules and trade agreements. So is there any window available for us to invoke the principle of PSNR in the present day context and see whether countries that are endowed with natural resources, particularly rare earths, critical minerals, they can create wealth for themselves, they can generate more employment, create income by getting into downstream processing. So with those provocative words, Werner, I am going to close. I'll be very happy to answer your questions.
Thank you very much, Abhijit. You didn't disappoint me with provocative thought, but very deep thoughts. Maybe I might think of 2 or 3 questions for you. I mean, first of all, I would say I wouldn't really picture the EU Green Deal or now Clean Deal as from the outset intended with protectionism. I mean, it was actually a youth movement. It was a result of the Paris Convention. The Commission really tried to respond to demands by society in Europe, but worldwide. And carbon pricing, in principle, is something that the Paris Convention UNFCCC recommends. The real question is, how do we do it? And there I'm with you that, giving away emission trading certificates for free domestically and not abroad and so on. The real question would then be, how could this CBAM, it may not be that effective worldwide if only the EU does it. Obviously, the EU wanted to be the pacemaker for everybody else. I would assume even if India does a carbon pricing system, if there are cheaper imports, they might also think of, in the interest of domestic industry, in doing some kind of border mechanism. The principle that it's there, I wouldn't question. The question is then under Article 20 and under the exception clauses, the chapeau, how would you do this in a balanced way? To me, the real question about CBAM, to make it legal, I personally believe it's currently illegal under WTO. But if you wanted to repair it, it would have to be even-handed under 20, and how can this be done? I quite like your points about export bans and export tariffs. I mean, China has it in the accession protocol, they cannot use either. But normally, in the scenario described, at least export tariffs are an option for developing countries in order to protect some domestic processing, so there is an avenue. But when it comes to the last point on the permanent sovereignty, you're alluding to the China rare earth and raw material cases China tried. I think the real question here is obviously international law can form part of interpretation under the Vienna Convention 313C and so on. The challenge then was faced by the appellate body with the notions of Article 20, especially when it comes to the conservation of natural resources. It again has to be done on an even-handed way. And if you want to preserve natural resources, you should preserve them domestically with domestic consumption or production. Obviously, China was doing the opposite. It was producing more domestically and consuming more domestically. So the question would then be, how do we reconcile this apparent conflict between the permanent sovereignty resolution and the way Article 20G is structured? Maybe it means it's an interpretive matter, maybe it's an amendment matter that we would have to change the rules. Because where I finally do agree with you is if it's purely a matter of processing more domestically and having export restrictions, the policy space for developing countries is just not sufficient currently. Okay. This is for later, and we're still missing one speaker. And this is Mrs. Shalia Singh from CITL. Are you still with us? Can we? Yes, I can see you. I'm looking forward to your presentation. We just need to check whether you can apparently hear me because you're nodding, but we want to hear your microphone open, whether we can hear you. Please, Shalia.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope the audio from the conference room is absolutely clear for me. Can I continue?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay, perfect. So good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today, even though I'm attending virtually. Many thanks to the organizers, Professor Sheila Rai, NLUO, for this very kind invitation. Due to paucity of time and to keep the content of my presentation very, very focused, what I intend to do is to actually take a step back and look at international trade law and green industrial policy, specifically focusing on subsidies. Now, we all know that subsidies are critical tools for achieving climate change mitigation and sustainability goals. However, we do need to acknowledge that subsidies have dual nature, right? They can correct market failures and potentially also distort. And therefore, we have international trade rules at the WTO under the Agreement on Subsidies and Countervailing Measures on how to tackle or govern these kinds of subsidies. We know that there are two kinds of subsidies. They can be actionable. We know that they can be prohibited if they fall into the two specified categories. And there have also been a number of disputes at the WTO on renewable energy related or green subsidies, starting with Canada feed-in tariff to India solar cells and modules, and also US renewable energy dispute. Then the recent challenges of India's own PLI schemes for electric vehicles and so on. So in this context, what really becomes important for us is to acknowledge that yes, subsidies can play a role, an important role in climate change mitigation and sustainability, and B, that perhaps the existing international trade rules that we see are not evolved or developed enough to make this assessment that is there in the title of today's panel, which is, whether green industrial policies that countries or governments are coming out with, whether they are supportive action or protectionism. And to address this issue of what are the subsidies that may be desirable given the exigencies and emergencies that we are facing on account of climate change and other environmental pressures. In a book project that was undertaken at the World Trade Institute, University of Bern, me and my co-authors, we tried to come out with this concept of, how to assess what subsidies are legitimate, or in common parlance, what are the good subsidies which perhaps need to be permitted or recognized in international trade law, and what are the tests that we can deploy to assess these kinds of subsidies. Now, subsidies uh, which are for some larger public good, for instance, to provide public services, regional aid, environmental protection, have already been brought into the rules that we see under many preferential trade agreements as part of the sustainability or subsidies related chapters, especially in EU FTAs. However, we cannot obviously have a one size fit all kind of approach. And it is insufficient or inadequate to say that just because a subsidy is pursuing a legitimate objective, and for the present context, which is green objectives, it becomes okay or allowed or should be allowed as per international trade law. So it is critical that in our assessment that these subsidies that are given the title or allowed or called legitimate actually generate benefit that are at least regional or preferably global in nature. And to make this assessment, we have proposed a balancing test, which basically will take into account various aspects of a subsidy and balance and assess the balance between the negative trade distortive and the positive, for instance, public good creation effects of a subsidy for a fair assessment of the real impact of the subsidy in question. The introduction of a balancing test may also allow assessing the effect of a subsidy, taking into account, effects that may be larger than on national scale. And therefore, the idea, which is still preliminary and can be fleshed out and perhaps developed further beyond what we have done as part of this book, is to come out with a set of principles to assess the desirability or the goodness of a subsidy, to put it in very, very simple words. And the principles that we have proposed are, the first principle relates to an assessment of the adequacy of the subsidy in question, which is basically how or why a subsidy may or may not be adequate means to achieve the stated objective. To answer this question, the respective competent authority in the granting country can consider the potential beneficiary in providing, is capable of providing a business plan or investment strategy linked to the necessary stated objective. The second principle is the effectiveness of a subsidy in attaining a legitimate objective. Effectiveness differs from adequacy in that while adequacy assesses whether a subsidy is the best instrument to pursue the stated objectives, effectiveness assesses the extent to which the stated objectives are attained. And the idea really here is that the subsidy in question should be the main and genuine contributor to the attainment of the stated legitimate objective. An example that comes to my mind over here is the subsidy provided by the French government during the bailout of Air France, which was a 7 billion bailout of Air France, the airlines. And the conditions attached to the subsidy also related to, for instance, halving the overall emission for domestic flight, sourcing fuel from sustainable sources, etc. But what is important here is that these conditions that were attached to the subsidy were anyway to be followed by all airlines because of the EU's Green Deal and EU's commitments under the Paris Agreement. And therefore, these conditions were in no way necessary or crucial for attainment of the stated, legitimate objective that we are talking about. The effectiveness of subsidy to attain a legitimate objective could also be addressed as part of a broader benefit analysis, which could be done by introducing an additional pillar to the better off test, namely whether there are potential spillovers and whether these are the effect of subsidy in question. And lastly, the third principle that we proposed was the principle of enforceability of the obligation, because remember, these are tests that we envisage would be incorporated in broader trade rules, starting perhaps with PTAs, where we have already seen some movement in this direction, and ultimately, whenever the time is conducive for a multilateral, rule change or rule making, for these to be reflected in some manner, or these ideas to be captured in some manner in multilateral trading rules. So the third principle is the principle of enforceability of these obligations, and this could entail enforceability of transparency obligation. This could include the existence of an enforcement body, enforceability of strings that may be attached to these kind of subsidies, and many other elements that can be part of the surveillance and enforceability mechanism when these subsidies are being given out. But what this paper does not do, and what is perhaps still very, very critical to be undertaken in the context of developing countries and India, is, when we are talking about special rules or special concessions for green subsidies as part of your green industrial policy, should the special rules or concessions be equally applied to all countries, or is there a need for having special and differential treatment even when these kinds of rules are being made, given the constraints and the challenges that developing countries are facing, which is sort of finding themselves in a position of a double whammy, where A, they are at the receiving end of the most severest form of climate crisis, and B, they are also constrained resources in providing these kinds of subsidies. So SNDT for green or legitimate subsidies is an issue that requires further deliberation among all of us. And finally, just to wrap up, and because of the paucity of time, I will not be able to get into this area in much detail. But when we are talking about broadly energy security and green energy security, I think in the opening remarks, a reference to Article 20 of GATT was made, and how general exceptions under the WTO could be resorted to, while countries are coming out with otherwise WTO inconsistent programs and subsidies. A missing link or a missing aspect could also be looking at Article 21. Now, I do admit that security exceptions, the current jurisprudence that has come out from the panel, interprets certain terms, for example, emergency and international relations, in a very narrow manner. However, is there scope of expanding the understanding of emergency in international relations to also include within national security, green energy security? And there have been discussions on other elements that may also be required to be reflected within the scope and within the interpretation of Article 21. We had similar discussions when the COVID and pandemic related discussions were going on. Can Article 21 security exceptions be resorted to? We have similar discussions around some of the technological challenges, like can cybersecurity be accurately captured within the rules of national security, the security exceptions under Article 21. So in similar vein, can green energy security be also included within the understanding of Article 21? And while a broader amendment of the subsidies agreement might be more time consuming and perhaps not feasible, at least in 2026 or 2027, given the current political situation we see globally, but perhaps looking at an authoritative interpretation under the Marrakesh Agreement for clarifying certain elements of the security exception could be a route that could be resorted to, not immediately, but maybe in the midterm when the stars are aligned and the political leadership in some of the more influential economies in the country, in the world, are on the same page regarding the gravitas of climate change. Perhaps that is an option that we should consider and not write off completely at this stage. So that's all from my end. Unfortunately, as I had indicated to the organizers, because of a prior commitment, I would not be able to stay back for a detailed discussion. And I would request the chair of the panel to kindly excuse me for that. But it was a pleasure to be here. And if anybody is interested in whatever I said today and would like to exchange notes or ideas, please feel free to mail me at shelja@ift.edu. So with those words, thank you very much and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. This was a very rich presentation. I think we want to immediately ask you to send us the paper. I know that you're pressed for time, so I'm going to raise a question. If you still have time to answer it immediately, I will not do my presentation. I will give you the floor immediately. If you have to go, we can also park the question for the third session tomorrow, where James is probably here or somebody else from CITL. I think the third session, in a sense, builds upon the first session, the way Professor Ryan has designed it. First of all, I would think it's a Pandora's box to squeeze everything under the sun under 21. I would be very worried about that concern. Others may use it for completely different objectives. I like the idea. I definitely think in the balancing test, the common but differentiated responsibilities would have to flow in. SME would have to be part of the balancing test. And not only in the sense that developing countries could get away with lesser subsidization, but I also would see it the other way around. A subsidy that is maybe of minor effect for a rich developed country, but has a huge impact in a developing country, should be given stricter treatment, because I see the principle to work both ways. And in terms of your balancing test, one question I was asking myself, and we caveat that you also need to bring in the common but the referential responsibilities. What I'm really asking myself is, everybody would be okay with the policy space to pursue green policy, industrial policies, as long as other countries' industries or serious prejudice is not created. So the real question for me would be, I can see how the balancing test works under 20, but should there be thought given to defining under the subsidies agreement serious prejudice, which is countrywide injury to domestic industries is probably less prone to it, that you factor in environmentally positive effects into the injury determination, meaning you have to open the door from pure protection of the domestic industry to the public good of climate change mitigation. And that then will lead to, as an ultimate consequence, and I'm asking myself the question, I might say something about this tomorrow myself, does it then mean that if 20 is fulfilled, countries would no longer be able to use trade remedies? That you then ban the use of anti-dumping duties, countervailing duties, even if there is injury. And obviously how to design this is a nerve-wracking idea. If you have a reaction, please do. If you have to run, we understand.
No, very quick reaction, because actually I had to run 10 minutes ago. So no, thank you. Thanks a lot for sharing your thoughts. I have to admit that I haven't really looked into how this would interact with anti-dumping and trade remedial investigations per se, and that's a very good feedback that you have given, and I would definitely take it back and reflect on it. But the balancing test, as we had envisaged, and I have to confess, it was envisaged by two lawyers and a political science expert. We did not really have an economist on the team. Does have certain ambiguities that still need to be worked out. But yes, the larger area or the larger goal of the balancing test is to compare the trade distortive effect with the positive spillovers of these subsidies. Now, how that can be done in an objective manner, in a quantified manner, taking into account all the economic tools that are available, is something that has to be still worked out. But yeah, these are our initial ideas and proposals. And thank you so much for your very rich feedback. And I look forward to connecting with everybody else, maybe virtually, or if I can, maybe during the sessions tomorrow. So thanks a lot, and please excuse me now.
Thank you very much, Shaila, as always, very thought-provoking. So I don't know how we're doing on time, but what I was going to suggest is I'm going to make just one point and leave the rest for tomorrow's session, because I'm going to speak there again in the context of a session where it talks about how to make energy system work within global trade rules. So the consistency of trade rules comes up again. I think it already came up that maybe local content rules are too strict under the WTO import substitution. There's also the question of government procurement. All these aspects, maybe in the interest of time, I will get back to tomorrow. And I was reminded in the break by one of our professors here, we also need to be frank and say unpleasant truths here in India. So I mean, my initial presentation was probably more about tensions created by the United States. I think my interlocutor was saying, well, input substitution and the deglobalization, it's something that is not linked to one name, it's happening across the world, also in India. And that maybe it has always been an issue about industrial policy. Obviously it's there to develop, but it has often been used as a disguised way of protectionism. And when I look back at my practice in dispute settlement over almost 30 years, the bread and butter of most cases outside the trade remedy area has been dissecting legitimate use of policy space given by exceptions and other rules, and dissecting it from protectionism. And maybe just as a maybe historic link back, as Professor Das has been doing it, one might think we will talk about some of these stricter rules that hamper maybe also green industrial policies like import substitution rules, subsidies, and local content rules, which I will explain tomorrow. I think might have to become actionable but not prohibited as they are now. Some people may think that there is a renewed relevance of the infant industry protection clause under GATT Article 18, and I just want to make a very basic fundamental point about it, about the track record of that rule. So it may be effective in building up domestic industry, but the track record has been mitigated at best. Many developing countries abandoned on their own volition using this option under the GATT, and the question is why they did so, because the permission is there, it could have been used, and it was not excessive litigation by developed countries. There was a balance of payment case with India at the outset of the WTO, so there were some cases, but by and large many countries on their own change of domestic policy, and we've witnessed this 20, 30 years ago in India, have opened up their markets. So in principle, the reach of the provision would be broad. It seems to allow for price-based but also quantitative restrictions. in contrast to the ranking of the most efficient trade instruments that I mentioned earlier today. Importantly, there is no explicit time limit to this provision, and that is exactly part of the problem. The domestic industry protected behind tariffs or quota walls, has little incentive and no pressure to become competitive to face export competition unless its economies of scale and scope and its innovative capacity is such that it can compete on world markets abroad, where it of course must compete facing world market prices, thereby fostering more efficient production. Obviously, if you have infant industry protection, domestic market price will be usually higher. So even if not required under current GATT WTO rules, countries using 18 for green industrial purposes would be well advised to make such protection time-bound and aggressive with a progressive phase-out of such protection. So what is the real 21st century problem with that idea? Problematic is the belief that import substitution of entire industries, also in green transition, could be general. This is ill-equipped for participating in transnational supply chains, which developing countries also want, where countries specialize in certain raw materials or inputs or intermediate products only nowadays, also certain tasks when it comes to the service economy, because of the service nature within certain supply chains. So the infant industry model, shielding of domestic markets from foreign competition, does not appear to be adapted to these new realities of green production and in supply chains and inter-corporate or intra-corporate trade. When infant industry protection policies for climate change mitigation are meant to target export markets, they often need to be accompanied by subsidization in order to ensure competitive or target markets. So that shows if you protect the domestic industry, you have inefficient production costs that you still want to export, you will have to subsidize, and that will trigger the trade remedies used by your trading partner, by the importing country. I will leave the rest for tomorrow. We are running out of time. And I'm asking my co-chair how we are doing on time.
We almost
So but I still want to give each of my co-speakers 3 to 5 minutes each maximum to respond to questions, but also you may respond to each other questions. Are there questions in the audience, pressing questions? Can you please add to the list that we do everything in one go? Yes?
This is not a question, it is just sort of something to think about. That is what Shalcha had said about assessing the impact of different types of subsidies and possibility of creating green subsidies. So is it a possibility that is, future, like for industrial goods also we are going to have that traffic light route like we have for agriculture and that sort of, because that is how we did for agriculture. And then, how does it, with whatever Utkarsh had said, that it is like the national systems and the international systems. So how will international standardization and national needs will be balanced, because there may be conflict between, if we internationally standardize that these are trade distorting, right? But locally trade distortions, economic distortions may differ depending on the local conditions. So that issue, for time paucity, it's not necessary for answer, but this is something I guess we need to think about.
This is not a response to Sheila ma'am's, it was an observation, but I'll combine her observation and Professor Werner's questions. And I'm not against the whole idea of harmonization. What I'm trying to put forth is the larger question of the approach, the current international harmonization approach, which is being I would say, forced upon many developing countries, and the kind of international harmonization approach which is ingrained within the SPS and TBT agreements, it's an approach which says that you just directly adopt international standards. The problem with that kind of approach is that you need to first mind your own standards and bring them in consonance with the international standards. Now, I'm not saying that there is a contradiction which Professor Verna was pointing out, that is there a contradiction that countries can just say that we don't want to follow international harmonization, yet we want to just make our own domestic policy spaces so free to inculcate our own green industrial policy making? The answer is definitely no. But what I'm trying to say is that the kind of approach that is currently ingrained in the WTO international framework needs to be revised. Harmonization is not only hard law harmonization, it is soft law harmonization also. It is policy coordinated harmonization also. Somewhere there are extraterritorial measures also which are policy coordinated. Then there is an ample scope in, I mean, Satvik is here, he's better person to answer, he's into negotiations, but most of the RTAs and FTAs, they contain provisions relating to harmonization, even though I do agree that, let's say for instance, studying the Indian RTAs, what I could gather was that most of those RTAs have just said or reaffirmed the SPS regulations. They have not adopted any mandatory sort of obligations for mutual recognition or equivalence. Something which Professor James was also pointing out. So harmonization can also be done through equivalence and mutual recognition. This is something what I wanted to point out when I say that there can be alternative approaches to harmonization. One RTA, to be very precise, which is India-UAE RTA, it basically establishes a mandatory sort of obligation on both the countries to mutually recognize each other's standards and also give equivalence to each other's standards. So if we have one exception, that can also become the rule. So that is what I was trying to point out when it comes to, and Professor Shelja was also mentioning that there is a problem of enforceability. So when you talk about enforceability, it goes to the root of the interpretation of how those agreements are being interpreted. Professor Werner also raised the question of, he raised an observation that participation of developing countries is definitely welcome in most of those standard setting bodies. But my concern is related to the text and the context of those international treaties where those obligations are laid down. If you really see the Article 3, Paragraph 4 of the SPS agreement, it only says members shall play a full part within the limits of their sources. Now what does that actually mean? Is shall really a mandatory obligation? Most of the provisions are best endeavor provisions. Most of the provisions are rendezvous provisions which just say that in future we will negotiate this and that. So my concern goes to the root of interpretation and the problem of enforceability, which Professor Shelja was also mentioning. And and one more point that Professor Werner had asked me to clarify as to how do I propose to bring a solution to this problem of international versus national. Of course, there is a problem, but solution can be changing the approach of harmonization. That's what I suggest at the moment. It's not always feasible and practical for international framework like WTO to just state that you go and adopt international standards. Probably there can be other methods of soft law harmonization, policy coordinated harmonization. RTAs and FTAs, as I pointed out, can be very good means to at least harmonize standards within one region. So that gradually can create a domino effect and lead to multiple harmonizations.
Thank you very much for all these clarifications. With your permission, Aparna, I'm concerned that we are losing Professor Das. I hope he's still there. Professor Das, do you want to react to questions or other statements?
Yes, just two very quick points. Werner, you mentioned about subsidy reform, which was reinforced by Shailaja. Then Utkarsh talked about some tweaking in respect of SPS-TBT agreement. I mentioned about PSNR. What that all this points out is that we perhaps need a new compact in respect of rules around international trade to govern climate policy or to govern decarbonization. And why these changes have to be done in a holistic manner is we might try to fix something in the WTO rules, but then we might not be able to do something similar in FTAs or BITs. So we really need a new compact which will seek to override the existing rules. And if we talk of subsidy reform, if we talk of making improvements in harmonization, then any reform that we envisage has to necessarily include reform which will help resource-rich countries to get into downstream processing, and their PSNR will certainly be a very relevant peg to make arguments around it, and that could in a way also address the question about even-handedness which you raised, Werner, under Article 20G. So those were my 2 bits. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and also thank you for being concise. So I have asked the floor to Aparna.
Thank you, Professor Warner. I'll also try my best to be concise given the paucity of time. And just very quickly, given my interventions were around interpreting CBAM in a case how to adopt carbon pricing mechanisms as part of trade policies. And within that, Professor Werner asked me 3 key questions. One was around what do we understand by the CCTS domestic mechanism. Second was around that when we look at what the pricing would be in the Indian ETS and that in the EU, we are looking at a significant margin comment there. And again, the final one was around the criticism of the EU system is how India interprets. So very quickly there, when India adopted the CCTS domestic mechanism, it was back in December 2023 with an amendment to the Energy Conservation Act and having 4 key objectives around meeting its NDC, least mitigation possibilities there through the mechanism, bringing more innovation in low carbon systems, and finally also linking itself to international mechanisms like the CBAM. Now within the design, how the CCTS differs from the EU's ETS, the clear big design element is that it's a cap and trade system, they use ETS, and India has a baseline and credit. Carbon markets itself being, a bit technical, maybe after my addressing these questions, you might go back with more questions than answer, but I quickly want to lay ahead these points because these will be very relevant. So from a very design point of view, we are different. Cap setting is different. Our targets are intensity based, and while in the EU is the absolute targets. And that's where the contradiction on recognition happens. EU would say that no, this, while in its process currently it is saying that I do acknowledge the effective carbon price paid in the third country, the mechanisms differ significantly, and where there is I would say lesser degree of alignment in terms of those context of EU, the price in the market of a carbon credit would be somewhere around 70 to 80 euro, but maybe let's put it around like $100 currently. And for India, what we see, we're still in the first year of compliance, and there would be the price would be modest, somewhere between $8 to $12. So which would mean that the industry, and particularly the steel and the aluminium industry, which is currently going to be significantly impacted, will end up paying the remaining deducted price back to the EU. Now the question, and coming back to Professor Werner's point, that what is the criticism here? So largely the criticism is not on the EU system, but the criticism is how the CBAM is shaped. So it requires things beyond the carbon price. It requires the MRV, the reporting where the traceability of embedded emissions is significant, and there is no capacity there for the Indian industry to do that, especially if you're looking at the downstream also being included there. So the support there from the EU side is to bring those kind of capacity development. Also supporting in the development of systems for accreditation programs on verification, validation processes, which the industries have to follow. And finally, there was one question that Professor Werner also mentioned, that is the ETS the only solution? What about the other mechanisms within carbon pricing, which would be something like a Paris, the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, where corresponding adjustments are there? And I do definitely think that for India, given that EU is currently saying it might consider the inclusion of offsets, and that in the form of maybe the Article 6 offsets, that again will have to be interpreted, that how that has to be included within the design of the India CCTS mechanism. We do not have aggregate targets currently, and there is no trajectory of a declining trend in the emissions that we are following. How to embed that, and whether or not industry can utilize that for reduction. But it's yeah, a forward-looking approach, I would say. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's very clear that you breathe and understand every element of carbon pricing system from India to the EU, and I think we could listen to with interest to further explanations. I'm just going to pass the microphone back to my co-chair in a moment. But I still wanted to respond to the first question by Professor Rai. The second question was answered by Utkarsh. I think it's almost like you were reading my mind, because I'm struggling with this question a lot myself. I think following Shalia's presentation, labeling subsidies with a certain label will not be the solution, because lawyers are very creative in finding a beautiful label for subsidies that might be not really energy efficient and maybe protectionist. I must say, I have, from dispute settlement practice, I have to come to somehow hate traffic light approaches, because they force you to say something has, there may be a measure that to 90% is about something else, but it has an import substitution subsidy aspect to it, or it has a local content subsidy aspect to it, and then you need to, and then the adjudicator needs to strike down the measure. Maybe the rest can be repaired. We've seen this in Canada tariffs. I mean, the local content rule there, it can be in principle separated from the measure, but in other instances that may not be the case. And incidentally, I also think, why is India still waiting for a solution on public stockholding and agriculture negotiations? I also think that it was a trap to have all these boxes in agriculture, because once subsidies are in a safe haven and the system is boxed in a certain way, it's very hard to negotiate it away. And in my view, it seemed a very good solution. Lawyers like clear solutions, you box them and then you know. But I think it has really entrenched the agriculture agreement in a way that was never intended. It should have been reformed 5 years later already, and it hasn't been in 30 years. I personally think when we talk about a balancing test, it also would mean that trade distortiveness and environmental efficiency or contribution to combating climate change will have to be considered as a matter of degree. And I think we will need to look at maybe then the rest of the measure can outweigh a local content or import substitution element. Of course, that would mean that we soften the rules on this. But I don't see a traffic light approach as an easy solution, because it sometimes comes from an environmental perspective to wrong solutions. At the same time, I also should add this to a caveat when I say this. When I said this at another conference, somebody was saying, well, this seems to be the natural inclination of those working for the adjudicators to leave the job to the adjudicators to do. I have to be self-critical in that. Obviously, some would say that balancing tests leave too much to do for the adjudicators. With this, I pass by the floor back to you, please.
Thank you very much, Professor Werner. I couldn't thank all the panel members enough. And I certainly can say now that we are off to a very good start here in the first panel session. Equally, my heartfelt thanks to Professor Abhijit Das, Shaila Singh. They were not only there present throughout the session, but they were also keenly listening and engaged in this entire conversation. Felt like that they were as if here. And Mr. Parna and Utkarsh, I thank you all for such a wonderful session. And I'm just reminded what Professor Ajit says, that we have a lot of thoughts here, provocating thoughts here that we can use, and take on different fields of research on a range of issues that we discussed here. With this, we come to an end of this first panel discussion. I would request Professor Pipin here to felicitate Ms. Aparna and Mr. Utkarsh.
What about the online members? You will
And finally, also thanks everyone in the audience. They were also very keenly engaged and that patiently they were here with us throughout the session. With this, we take a break and for lunch. I certainly hope that all of us are hungry, and we'll meet again at 2:30. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
I request the volunteers here who would also accompany all the guests, would show them to the cafeteria. Yes.
Can we get my bag from there? Which one's the last one? I need to check whether this is my bag. Sorry.
Yeah, the similar bags.
Yes, this is mine, my water bottle. Thank you.
It's a nice meeting.
second panel discussion on trade, investment, and soft law pathways for a just energy transition. The onus is entirely on the panelists to make sure that each of us are alert and awake after a heavy lunch. So my job here is to introduce our panelists. So welcoming Professor James Harrison first. Professor Harrison is a professor of international economic law, international trade and investment law at the University of Warwick. Professor James researches sustainability issues in the transnational regulation of goods and services. Welcome you, Professor. Our next panelist, Ms. Alice Tipping. Ms. Tipping is a Director, Trade and Sustainable Development at the International Institute for Sustainable Development. She works in the intersection of foreign policy, law, and environmental protection that's informed by role in government and in managing policy-relevant research. Our next panelist is Dr. Manoj Bharadwaj, who brings to the table his rich experience as a former international civil servant and also as the first and the only lawyer who is a UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change scholar. He's currently working as a founding faculty member at the Dhirubhai Ambani University School of Law. Our next panelist, Dr. Ilakya, Assistant Professor of Law at National Law University, Odisha, and one of our own former colleagues. Dr. Ilakya has multiple research papers and book chapters to her credit on various legal topics like trade facilitation, international agreements, censorship, corporate governance, and environmental law. Our next panelist is Dr. Mayank Mishra, who's also one of our own, an assistant professor at the university and an expert in renewable energy laws. Dr. Mayank is currently serving as Director, Institute of Legal Studies, Ranchi University. Last but not the least, our panel moderator and chair for the day, Mr. Satvik Shekhar, who's a consultant and an assistant professor at CITL New Delhi. His current areas of focus or research focus are WTO laws, trade regulation, electronic commerce, FTA negotiations. Mr. Shekhar has been involved in multiple international and domestic policy formations for the Government of India. In the interest of time, I would request the panel moderator as well as all the panelists to, if possible, stick to the time allotted, and if possible, we can squeeze in the entire session to 1 hour instead of the designated time that is 1 hour and 15 minutes. Over to you, Shekhar.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone, and hello to Professor Harrison and Ms. Tipping. We really apologize for keeping you waiting because we've been running behind schedule from the off. So excited to actually have here an amazing panel on the title Trade, Investment and Soft Law Pathways for Just Energy Transition. The first panel was quite intense when it came to trade and industrial policies, and it was more like where do you balance between protectionism and energy transition / green technology, etc. This panel I do not really like to be very repetitive compared to the previous one, but obviously we have a paucity of time. But just for the audience to set the context of the panel topic, uh, we know that when you're talking about energy transition, it's not just about shifting from coal to solar or from fossil fuels to new and renewable energy. It is this. The topic is just energy transition, right? So effectively, it's a complex interplay between international trade rules, investment rules, and also the interplay between your sectoral agreements and arrangements and public-private partnerships, as well as something which we call soft law framework, which is also part of the topic, soft law pathways. But exactly what are these soft laws? The most common understanding is these are JETPs, which are just energy transition partnerships. But the question is, we're talking about just transition. Now, I'd like to break it into two parts. Number one, we're talking about transition. Transition by whom? Because we always talk about what the government should do, the discussions happening at the WTO, how the investment treaties or how these soft law treaties and agreements have a very important role to play when we talk about transition. But effectively, the transition is to be done by the stakeholders, by the industries, by the corporations, right? Now, when we have to look at it from that lens, possibly the question is a little different. Because possibly the question is more around access to new and renewable energies, access to technologies, for example. And then when we're talking about the just part of transition, because that is an adjective attached to transition, right? So what is just? Because we've talked about how green protectionism is on a rise right now. We do have obviously unilateral measures like CBAM and EU deforestation regulations. Uh, but we also have to keep in mind that these have a direct effect on small and medium enterprises, on marginalized communities, specifically in developing countries and LDCs, where you have these industry clusters which are like family-run small businesses. Uh, where do they actually play a role when it comes to just transitions? It should not be just about the big corporations who can invest very handsomely in their R&D and in this transition, but we should also actually have a more inclusive and holistic approach towards this. I'll give as my last thought on the introductory intervention. I just want to kind of highlight some things which were mentioned in the previous panel and which kind of we can segue into this panel is the fact that when we had the previous panel where they talk about the export restraints by China on rare magnets and raw materials. But interestingly, if we look at that notification by China, they're talking about energy security, yes, but are they talking about security? They're not talking about security exceptions like the US is talking about. They're talking about security interests. Now, when we're talking about security interests, the question is if that's the case, because in the context of absolute sovereignty, which the countries are meant to have under public international law on their natural resources, maybe China is doing right. But again, are they doing right? We know that it's not really as easy as it seems to be. But then if a country does not have an absolute sovereignty on its natural resources, then do we see a lot of more Venezuela's happening? So the question is, there's a need to strike a balance between having an absolute sovereignty on your natural resources, to have access to clean energy resources, and have a more holistic approach towards trade, investment, industrial policies, and ESG issues. So with that context, I'd like to invite our virtual panelists who've been waiting very gladly for quite a long time for the panel to start. So I'll invite Professor Harrison for his interventions, and after that, obviously we'll have Mr. Ping to kind of hopefully take it forward from him. So we have a paucity of time, sir, so we would like to kind of have your interventions be limited to like 10 minutes to start with. And if we still have time later on, then obviously we can kick up back to the questions. Over to you, Professor Harrison.
Great. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much to the organisers for the invitation to be here today. Sorry to only be with you online and for this session. Unfortunately, teaching commitments in the UK have stopped me being with you, but really excited to be part of this really fascinating event. Can you hear me well? Is that okay? Yeah, great. Thank you very much. So I want to talk a little bit about sort of from my perspective about issues that I've worked on as a researcher over many years. So I've worked on issues of sustainability and trade policy. And lots of my work has been on EU trade policy, including on the environment, including on those controversial unilateral policy instruments the Chair has mentioned, the CBAM, the deforestation regulation, the EU CSTT directive as well. So these are kind of what I would describe as hard instruments that are unilateral and attempting to change the kind of conditions of trade between the EU and its trade partners. But in terms of the kind of soft law cooperative pathways, I think is the sort of focus of this panel. It's the EU trade agreements which maybe provide the kind of more interesting models. And so I did quite a bit of work on the EU-Mercosur trade agreement a few years ago and published an article in the Journal of International Economic Law last year, trying to think about and re-envisage how the EU-Mercosur agreement might be rewritten as an agreement that put trade, environment, and development right at the center of that trade agreement. I don't want to talk about that today, but you can have a look at the article if you're interested. I'm interested to talk a little bit more about a more recent trade agreement that the EU's negotiated with Indonesia, the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, and to do a little bit of analysis of the CEPA agreement from an environmental perspective, including on issues of energy transition and broader kind of environmental issues as well. So Indonesia and the EU have had some well-publicized disagreements about particularly the EU's treatment of palm oil and in various aspects, including in relation to the deforestation regulation. And in that context, I think the trade agreement between the two countries is interesting. So just to draw back a little bit, the traditional view of a kind of environmental and labor, and as well as labor obligations in recent EU FTAs, is that the big change is the model is getting hardened, and that the trade and what's traditionally known as sustainable development chapters in those trade agreements have become subject to kind of hard sanctions, and that's been the kind of big change in the model, right? So there are more sanctions for non-compliance, and I want to argue that for the EU-Indonesia agreement, that's a bit overstated, and the more interesting change is an increase in the soft law cooperative provisions and more detailed procedural requirements and institutional arrangements that are kind of accompany it. So just briefly then, if we look at the binding obligations on trade, sorry, I'm just moving my notes here down below. Yeah, the binding obligations on labour and environment that we find in CEPA, they're found in Chapter 15, the Trade and Sustainable Growth and Development chapter of the agreement. But it's really only the commitment that could lead, the one commitment that could lead to binding dispute settlement and then some form of trade sanctions under the agreement. And that is the commitment on the environmental side to remain a party in good faith to the Paris Agreement. So all of the other commitments there are not really subject to kind of trade sanctions at all in any meaningful sense. I don't have time to go into why that is the case, but I can provide that analysis if people want it. And I can't really see that commitment being actually utilised except in very extreme situations when someone actually left the Paris Agreement. So I don't think that, I think that kind of the changes that have been made to the model in terms of trade sanctions look to be overstated. More interesting in the agreement, as I said, are a number of soft law cooperative provisions on a range of energy and other sustainability issues. So just to name a few, there's a palm oil protocol that promises cooperation mechanisms, including dialogue, technical assistance to build capacity for sustainability assurance and traceability. And it focuses in particular on the Indonesian sustainable palm oil sort of certification process, and includes a commitment to cooperate to improve its approach and capacity. And it also includes support for smallholders, sharing information, providing guidance for producers and stakeholders, and strengthening of capacity and facilitation of compliance by producers. So that's the most detailed set of cooperative provisions in the agreement. But if we just to mention a few others and other chapters, there's a chapter 16 on sustainable food system that creates a framework for the EU and Indonesia to cooperate on strengthening policies and defining programs that contribute to the development of sustainable food systems. In chapter 14, there's cooperation on energy and raw materials that sets out a series of potential areas of cooperation, which include information sharing, promoting research, and promoting internationally recognized standards in environmental protection for mining companies. And then chapter 15 itself is cooperation on various issues around facilitating trade and investment concerning goods and services of particular relevance to respect for climate policies, and on trade and timber products and sustainable forest management in connection to the EU-Indonesia Forest Law Enforcement Governance and Trade Voluntary Partnership Agreement. So that I've just mentioned a few of those kind of cooperative provisions around energy transition specifically, and more broadly around kind of environmental issues. But there's also a much more complex set of institutions and procedural steps to implement this activity than we've seen in previous EU trade agreements. So there's a Committee on Trade and Sustainable Growth, which is a joint committee of Indonesian and EU officials that will meet in two specific configurations, one to look at trade and sustainable growth and development chapter, and one to look at the protocol on palm oil, and then a second configuration to look at that sustainable food systems issue that I mentioned. And there's there are also subcommittees to that overall committee, and the agreement also opens the door for the development of working groups under Article 24.5, which will work under the supervision of the specialised committees in a specific configuration to assist those committees in the performance of their tasks. And then under Chapter 16 and Chapter 17 on sustainable food systems and economic cooperation and capacity building, we also have follow-up commitments in the form of developing action plans and a work programme on further cooperation, including the technical assistance trainings, exchange of data and information, seminars and workshops, sharing of best practices. So there is a process for kind of actioning those kind of cooperative mechanisms that are set out in the agreement. So, look, we will always have to see what comes of this in practice. Lots of things can be written in a trade agreement, and there isn't a fantastic history in trade agreements generally, and EU trade agreements in particular, for all of this cooperative activity giving rise to necessarily a lot of action on the ground that will make a big difference to smallholders and other producers who, for instance, are trying to comply with the EU deforestation regulation, or any of the other issues that the agreement promises cooperation on. And it will depend on financial resources and commitments on from governments and EU officials to make it happen. But I think it is interesting to see a trade agreement being utilised to set up a much more detailed set of cooperative and capacity building activities, and then a much more detailed set of procedural obligations and committees and working groups and action plans in order to make that to happen. So I think it is worth watching that space and seeing what develops as the trade agreement is implemented. So I'll stop there, and hopefully I've been within my time.
Thank you, Professor Harrison, for elaborating these institutional frameworks for making sure that issues around energy, raw materials, sustainability are well defined in these TAs. I'll adopt an approach from my mentor Werner from the previous panel, that I'll put a question to you right now and then have other panelists speak while you kind of contemplate on that. My question here is, yes, we have these chapters on trade and sustainable growth, sustainable food system, ERM, etc. Whether to have a non-binding dispute settlement, rather not having application of dispute settlement chapter, and just relying on these committees and technical working groups, how far do you think they can actually go to really making sure that the commitments, even if they are softer commitments, are respected by the respective parties? So with that question, I'll move to Ms. Tipping. Ms. Tipping is Director of Trade and Sustainable Development at IISD. Ms. Tipping, you've had a long experience in marrying trade, investments, sustainability, and environment all together. So we are really excited to hear your thoughts on this issue, specifically around just energy transition.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Chair. Please tell me if I'm not audible or if I need to turn my volume up or down. As Professor Harrison had said, sincere thanks from me as well for being invited to join this really interesting discussion. And special thanks on my side to both Professor Rai for helping with the organisation of this, and to Professor Nidukpada, who is a long-standing figure in this field. And I'm delighted to be part of the CTIL event. I thought in thinking about this topic that I would focus on what I think are one of the most interesting areas of soft law development, and that's in the trade-focused discussions on trade measures that have climate objectives, CBAM being one of them. But of course, we're facing a world where we will have not just one border carbon adjustment, but potentially several. Right? We know that the UK is thinking of a border carbon adjustment measure. Canada has considered one. Australia has considered one. Norway and Chinese Taipei have signaled that they may be thinking of their own. So I think we're moving into a world where we have a number of trade measures out there that require importers and therefore exporters to measure the carbon in their goods, and that look in different ways with different levels of recognition at carbon pricing and carbon taxation measures taken in countries of export. So, this is a growth industry, I think, for trade lawyers in the room, but it's a really interesting example of how we can manage, right, a process of expansion of these sorts of measures and use soft law tools to reduce the trade frictions that will come with them, both technical and political. And in speaking, I'm going to be leaning on the work of partners that we have at the CEW. So many of you will know them well. They've surveyed Indian stakeholders who are affected by EU CBAM, and they've published an excellent report that summarizes the views they heard and their policy recommendations, and also an article by my colleague Aaron Cosby on interoperability. So if you want to know where some of these ideas come from, those are my two sources. So essentially, what I see here is opportunities for cooperation on soft law development in two ways, right? At the technical level, there are already conversations going on in various international fora about cooperative ways to shape how governments use trade policy measures to meet climate objectives. Border carbon adjustments are a particular one, but I expect others will come down the pipe towards us. And then at the political level, there are also, I think, opportunities in different bilateral and international fora to start to shape the norms that will shape measures as they come online. So at the technical level, and I'll be relatively swift here so we can come back to some of this in discussion. But at the technical level, I think there are already discussions going on in trade fora, like the Committee on Trade and Environment at the WTO, and at the informal structured discussions on trade and environmental sustainability, but also potentially a fora like the IFCMA run by the OECD, essentially about ways to make trade measures that require carbon measurement more interoperable, right? And here, to dive into the technicality briefly, but only briefly, is that what we're really talking about here is how trade measures reflect approaches to monitoring, reporting, and verification of carbon emissions in traded products, right? So how much carbon emission really comes in your ton of steel or your nuts and bolts or your washing machine. And, the challenge here really is to build through trade measures different systems that recognize the same kinds of systems for monitoring emissions, for reporting emissions, and for verifying emissions. And what's interesting about focusing at this level of keeping carbon MRV systems interoperable is that this is a policy action that makes sense irrespective of whether your country is using a carbon tax or an emissions trading system or a carbon price. Whatever you are using, you will need to monitor and report on your carbon emissions, right? So it's an opportunity for cooperation on soft law that will help facilitate your trade and your exports, whatever your policy choice finally is, right? So very briefly, we're talking about developing a common approach to monitoring emissions in traded products. You essentially need a common set of system boundaries, right? Are we talking about the emissions created in a factory? Are we talking about the emissions of the electricity that goes into the factory? Are we talking about the emissions of the product when it is then exported to its final destination and then consumed? So simply developing a common language about the system boundaries for emissions measurement will matter. Reporting, very obviously, those of you who do customs work will know this extremely well. Keeping the formats of reporting of emissions similar is already a necessity in business. But also, interestingly, we will need to be able to verify, and increasingly, as trade measures require emissions reporting, they will require verified emissions reporting. So the question is, can we develop ways of recognizing accredited verifiers of carbon emissions in other countries' systems, right, to facilitate trade and to facilitate the ability to measure carbon emissions as trade happens? And so essentially there are then technical opportunities for soft law developments, and many of these discussions are happening in international fora already, and I can speak a little bit more about that later. But maybe then just to touch briefly, in order to keep space for others, to touch briefly on the more political level, right? We all know very well CBAM and other border carbon adjustments are largely viewed as non-tariff trade barriers, right? The fear that they will already are altering global trade patterns, and that they will restrict market access for developing economies. And what's interesting, I thought, from the CEW report is that in speaking to stakeholders, what they've noted was a call for the Indian government to negotiate phased implementation, technology transfer, revenue sharing arrangements around the CBAM measure, but to use the broader EU-India trade dialogues to do that. And so perhaps taking a leaf from Professor Harrison's book, the idea here is to use some of the soft law venues, the committees that he was talking about, but in the EU-India context, the soft law venues that come alongside more hard law agreements to have some of these soft law discussions. So I thought that was an interesting idea to put into the room. And then the last one, perhaps the sort of at the most political level, are issues of fairness and equity and trust, right? And border carbon adjustments are essentially because they impose similar costs of emissions on imported products as domestic producers face. They're seen as undermining the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. Also because not only do they impose the same cost, but because of the different starting points of producers in different countries, that cost inevitably is going to be higher and more difficult to meet for producers in developing countries. So there's a need for conversations at the international level about fairness and transparency and how these I think of these trade measures as the clutch that is trying to manage the differences in speeds between different levels of countries' climate ambitions. The question essentially is, how do we use soft law formats to develop norms around how these carbon adjustments should be used and how they should be designed? And developing some of these norms and guidance, at least to start this discussion, is a job that ISD has taken on, and we have a report published last year with input from a number of stakeholders, including Indian ones, about what border carbon adjustments should think about and what policymakers should think about as they're designing these. But there are fora for these sorts of discussions and this sort of norm building. There's the Integrated Forum on Carbon Mitigation Approaches, run by the OECD. There's committees at the WTO, which are not about negotiating trade agreements. There's very few of those going on at the WTO, but they are about developing guidelines and norms and expectations about how these measures can be designed and transmitted. We now have a trade discussion firmly in the UNFCCC process, so there'll be discussions on trade at the subsidiary bodies in summer, and there are new forums, right, like the one that Brazil and Australia have launched, the Integrated Forum on Climate Change and Trade. So it is not, I would say, it is not through lack of fora for soft law development that we won't make progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Tipping. Interestingly, yes, you mentioned that there are discussions which are going on, right? At technical university, for example, you talked about WTO and there are other bodies as well there. I leave you the question of whether you are optimistic or pessimistic that there are movements when it comes to political mandates from both the global south as well as the global north to meet a common landing ground. So maybe let's have you kind of give your inputs after the rest of the panelists have spoken. We'd like to know whether from IISD's vantage point, in which direction do you see and how effectively do you see it going forward? With that, amazingly, both the first panelists have covered very extensively on the soft law pathways. We have the next panelist, a very close friend of mine, Mr. Madhu Bharadwaj. He's worked extensively in ESG issues and carbon market sustainability. And as your introduction has covered, he's the first and the only lawyer till date to become the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change Scholar. So no pressure. The floor is on you, and you work extensively on the carbon markets side of it. So we'd like to know your thoughts on that, Manoj.
Hi, thank you, sir.
I think I'm radiating too much of energy.
Hi. Perfect. Thank you, Satvik. Thank you very much. And thanks to NLUO, Lisa, and Professor Rai for inviting me and Professor for sending a kind invitation. Pleasure to be here. I felt like I am reading my master's and doctoral thesis while I'm hearing from all the panelists since the morning and from our international guests, where I have mentioned Alice's work and she mentioned it's Osby and all these people. So it's great to be in that always God's gathering. I have so many thoughts, and I'm a lawyer, so I always think from both the sides. But I'll touch upon a few of the aspects which are not touched. I think Harry has mentioned about CSRD, CS3D, so I wanted to talk about that because when we are talking about trade and sustainability, we more mainly focus on CBAM and we focus on, I would say, EUBR a bit of it, but these ESG implications, as Satvik mentioned now, I'm back in India, have founded a law school where we are running this ESG sustainability and carbon markets vertical very specifically. So we see how ESG and carbon markets embed in international trade. And since there's a lot of discussion about CBAM, my entire PhD was on CBAM, CSRD, and all these EU sustainability directives, I would keep CBAM away a bit and will bring one soft law instrument, because we're talking about soft law instrument as a way of just energy transition, is the Paris Agreement. Like in 2015, we applauded that he got something groundbreaking at Paris. And we see how one of the biggest and topmost donors and great, I would say, shaper of climate issues in the world has taken a step back again. Well, we also need to think, and I'll also appreciate and criticize the groups, the blocks, those who are playing their in this trade and climate debate. So let me first turn to European Commission. So when I was starting my doctoral thesis, I wrote my master's thesis on climate justice combined with CBDRRC and all that stuff. So I wanted to extend from the climate policy, climate justice front. But then I got to see a document after 1 year in my PhD already. I got to see a document which was presented by European Commission to the European Parliament, which says, and actually it ultra-wires Paris Agreement and one of the core pillars of Paris Agreement, which is climate finance, which I think have not been touched till now. So we talk about any random thing, any important thing, nothing is going to move when there's no finance, right? And there is a dearth of climate finance right now in this world. So what European Commission has smartly done is, in one of the documents that it has to present to European Parliament, they have written that 70% of the benefits or revenue generated through CBAM will be sent to funds that use climate transition, climate action, and then I think after COVID they have this next gen EU or something like package. So all these funds from the developing countries who are doing trade with European Commission, European Union, will be sent to their own countries. Now, I'm not denying that it's the prerogative of all the blocks and countries to work for climate action, arrange climate finance, but this is actually what I've termed in my PhD thesis as reverse climate finance. And I actually was not very sure of like if this concept will stand. So I went to the Ministry of Commerce in India. I went to Mr. Amitabh Kant, who was the G20 Sherpa, and I showed him my research. He said, like, this is exactly going to stand because climate finance is like Paris Agreement, climate finance, and the commitment which is being made under Paris Agreement are that the finance to accelerate climate action in developing countries for energy transition, for moving from fossil fuels to cleaner sources of energy will be done through developed countries to developing countries, right? Now, what is happening in CBAM? It's moving the other way. So it's reverse climate finance. It's against the Paris Agreement. So when we talk about the soft law instruments, we are already, like the European Commission is already violating that in this sense, and I proved that in my thesis. And the book is coming, so we'll be more than happy to share that how we do it. So reverse climate finance, we've discovered. Now, coming to India, I think one of the panelists said very rightly, we cannot and we should not take the blanket of CBDR-RC again and again. And since 1992, these concepts developed, this list of developing countries should be split in two ways. In two, I would say, list. One should be the fast-paced developing economies like China and India, maybe Brazil if economists agree on that. But because on one hand we say that our economy is growing, we are growing at the rate of 7% and whatnot, what are we actually doing to unlock climate finance? What are our actual commitments? Are we meeting our NDCs? I'm not very sure. We are always going to the multilateral institutions saying that it's a CBRRC issue. So till when are we going to do that? On one side, we are saying that we are rapidly developing, and again, we are taking the blanket of CBRRC. I don't think that works. So now, what is the solution? So I've criticized both European Commission and India. What the solutions are in this very topic of our discussion, which is trade, investment, and soft law instruments leading to just how they help just energy transition. I would say from the trade side, the solution is carbon markets. From the investment side, the solution is carbon market. From the soft law side, the solution is carbon markets. I'll tell you how. Trade, carbon markets, if we see it, it's a tradable instrument and it should be considered in trade and services, right? Because we'll talk about environmental regulations, laws, and there will be transactions. So from that trade perspective, and services will flow from here and there, and obviously carbon credits will flow in voluntary carbon markets and also in the upcoming mandatory or compliance carbon markets. Investment, obviously, if in voluntary carbon markets you are creating a carbon removal project, which I'm happy to say that, like recently, Varaha, a company in India, has finalized a deal with Microsoft. Firstly, they did with Google, and they have signed this deal of 100,000 ton removal of carbon from the environment over the 3 periods through a biochar project. So investment comes through these kind of projects, and also we unlock and tap climate finance. Third is software instrument. Obviously, in Article 6, we have provisions for like operationalizing these carbon markets globally and especially in the voluntary sense. So I think what Ms. Sharma has mentioned in her remarks that what CCTS has been doing is great. I think it's a great start. But as Alice also mentioned that it has to be very robust when it comes to MRDs and especially in the carbon markets, like carbon projects, because there's a lot of greenwashing happening. Now, there's also a debate, and I work with industry a lot, so I want to touch upon that. Industry is not understanding. The biggest of firms, the smallest of firms, I'm talking about the MSMEs, which we have in abundance, 63 million of MSMEs in India, on record we have. So they are very ill prepared. They don't know anything about, and we have to accept that. There is a ramp program that the government and the World Bank has started, but I don't think that so that's the problem there. We need to make them understand. For example, what Vara is doing, working with agriculture, small scale farmers, so they're formalizing their associations, they are helping them out. So in terms of improving their livelihood, socially they are creating circular economy kind of thing, and then environmentally they are protecting, obviously by removing the carbon, and obviously generating climate. So we need technical assistance and capacity building in these areas, because even for CBAM, for CBAM, some companies might come to CITL and ask them, like, how do we deal with it? But what about those 63 million MSMEs those who are part of value chain, supply chain? Nobody is thinking a lot about them except from the ramp program. Yeah. Technology is also something we discussed at the other stage. So, there's a lot to be done in the technical assistance and capacity building side, because RAM program has not been very successful. To understand that Indian industry works on supply chain system, right? We have spare parts of a automobile company getting like structured and printed in Faridabad. So no one is going to do these kind of conferences and technical assistance for them. So we need to structure that. We need to do capacity building. The industry has to cooperate with policymakers, has to partner with them, and academia has to play a lot of role, because you are guys will generate that knowledge, the thought leadership, and to bring these two important players at one place. So yeah, that's what I said. Like industry subject has to be very much involved, and we have to see everything from industry perspective, because we can sit in a boardroom for 3 long hours and can say whatever we want, but at the end it's the industry which is suffering, or will be making like economic changes, right? And we need trade as a physical method to improve our economy. So trade has to be very fair. And at the last, like I did a hour-long video with the friend where I've mentioned also about the benefits of CBAM, like how it appreciates and how it motivates the Indian industry to also go green. So without taking much of time, and I don't want to like delay the panel, this is what I have in mind, but happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Manoj. Before we proceed, I know Ms. Alice Tipik has another commitment. So if the remaining panelists, with your consent, Ms. Tipik, over to you for your final remarks and maybe some further thoughts on what the panelists have said so far. Over to you, please.
I beg your pardon, just to clarify, my next commitment doesn't begin until the top of the hour. So I'm very happy to stay for another 50 minutes. Please don't interrupt the flow of the panel. It's really interesting. I was simply thinking about the address that I meant to give afterwards and the timing of that. So please don't let me interrupt this panel. Thank you.
That would be great. Thank you so much for that. So yeah, Dr. Lukia, over to you. I mean, you possibly written more than anyone else on the panel. At least for the 4 of us, we've been writing a lot on these issues, and specifically because you talked about not just the trade side of it, you written extensively on the investment and the industrial policy side of it as well. So are we doing good, or are we doing bad, or where's the promised land? So we know your thoughts on that.
Okay. At the very outset, I would like to thank my teacher and my professor, Professor Sheila Rai, for giving me this opportunity. And I'm really glad to be here to speak on this topic that's very close to my heart again. So I want to bring in the investment perspective for the discussion here. But before I do that, I want to give a little bit of a context. So when I was reading about the economy behind the transition, the green economy, so one thing that intrigued me was, so there are 2 ways where this transition can be achieved, and in certain sectors like solar energy, wind energy, and the EV, it is relatively easier because of the cost aspect. Apparently, it is now easier to produce solar PV modules and wind turbines and lithium battery, and subsequently, your EV electric vehicles become cheaper. And then there were certain sectors that was referred to as hard to abate sectors because steel, cement, shipping. So there's a need for policy intervention to bring in the transition. So when I was reading about the easier one, so the easier one is because of the cost parity, and especially I read that China has achieved this, and the EV vehicles are at par with your IC internal combustion engine vehicles as well. So somewhere it is easy to achieve that. So then I also read about China's challenge to PLI solar module scheme of India. So what sort of intrigued me was, okay, so if it is, why was it easier for China to achieve this? And I did, sort of look at certain reports which said that there was a learning curve, and China was able to scale up the production that effectively reduced the per unit cost, the mass. So when you produce something at a larger scale, by scaling the production, so that rapidly reduces your unit cost and makes the clean technology products available at a cheaper price. So when I was reading about it, okay, so then there has to be, scaling of production. So how can that be achieved in India? So in that context, I was looking at the PLI, which gives you incentives for high efficiency. So it's not based on, this scheme particularly is not providing support for setting up of factories, but it is output based. If you're able to achieve high efficiency, in that case, you're eligible for certain incentives, and it is selected based on transparency and all of that. So this, innovation is something that is required, especially for the sectors where you can easily achieve the transition, and traditional subsidies or traditional incentives could hinder. I mean, this is also written in the report because
I lack the technical knowledge about cost, how to determine the pricing and cost and all of that. So it was written that traditional subsidies may deter the innovation and it may affect the competitiveness at the long run. So this high efficiency based PLI scheme is something then I was looking at, and why is it China currently challenging? So then if it is the learning curve that sort of, push or nudges into the just transition or, energy transition into a greener one. So then in that case, as what better role can an industrial policy play in this regard? So that is why I feel, the industrial policies that is not based on nationality, but based on efficiency, which is gender in our technical aspects attributed for bringing up the energy transition. What else can it do? So there are again reports which say how much of investment is needed into countries, including I read IMF figures for how much of investment is needed for United States, for EU to achieve this transition. And there was an IEA article, IEA report, which also identified around 145 billion per year until 2030 for India to roughly achieve what it wants to achieve. So when there is a need for huge investment and it's not possible for a country like India to domestically source this amount, so why can't we rely on foreign investment? So foreign investment, which again supports this idea of innovation and uses the opportunity of learning curve and makes the clean technology product cheaper. And if it is supported by industrial policies in the host countries, that may achieve a cleaner transition. And this is something that supporting having certain industrial policies in place in India that supports this transition remains crucial for one other reason. That is, I also found it interesting that many developed economies were looking for transition for greener, green energy. At the same time, we're also imposing tariffs on clean technology products that were coming from China. So it's like, what do you want? Do you want, green energy, or do you want your domestic industry to be protected? And again, there could be security risk and all of that. If I do see a potential that India can become an alternative hub for countries that are a little skeptical about the imported products from China. So I'm in strong support of industrial policies, which is not nationality based, based on high efficiency, which is, backed by these studies that says it affects your pricing and all of that. So I do think that investment could be a foreign investment. You started the conversation by saying access to technology, right? So all of that, I find the solution in attracting foreign direct investment. Now, how do we attract the foreign direct investment? I mean, this is where I think that we should make a distinction between a commercial investment versus strategic investment. I think this is something historically done by Britain. Earlier, before the BIT era, they would classify investment into commercial and strategic. Strategic is when they were even willing to use gunboat diplomacy to protect the investment, right? So I want India to focus on the strategic investment. And how is it possible? I was looking at India-UK setup, and the India-UK setup in Article 21 talks about, Article 21 talks about both trade and investment. So that's also something that I always notice, that most of the trade agreements do talk about trade and sustainability. Even Professor Harrison was referring to trade and sustainability chapter. So most committees or most chapters that talk about is trade and sustainability and not investment and sustainability. But this Article 21 of India CETA talks about establishing a subcommittee called as Sustainability Subcommittee. So this sustainability subcommittee could probably identify, targeted companies and could link up, or in the sense that could act as a medium to facilitate foreign investment into India, which may be supported by strong industrial policies, right? So this is one option that I was looking at. And then since India is in the process of finalizing many free trade agreements, this is something that we could explore even in the context of EU as well. So that was one of the points that I wanted to, sort of
make here at this juncture. That's it.
Thank you, Lydia. And yeah, it's quite fascinating that everyone talks about TSG, trade and sustainability. No one talks about investment and sustainability. I think it's a nice food for thought for us to wonder. Alice, do you want to come in now? Because as I see, we have like 10 minutes before the talk. It's half hour. You actually said 5.5 hours, so we still have time for you, I believe.
Certainly. Well, if you wish, I'm happy to answer the question that you posed to me when I finished speaking. And as another timing reminder, it's the top of the hour Geneva time, so another 40 or so minutes.
I was speaking right now.
I feel like I'm in a negotiation over time. Apologies, I just wanted to help with planning.
We always running across that time zones. So, well, I think we should let you continue with your interventions because yeah, like we are where we are because of the time issues. So yeah, we like to know your thoughts and if you kind of can tell us from IISD's standpoint whether there are some movement possible from a political standpoint from the Labour communities and anything else that you want.
Certainly, yes. Well, this is the question I hoped I would be asked. Maybe to sort of very briefly, I think there are two dynamics really to be aware of in constructing plurilateral or multilateral soft law, right? If you want to start at the multilateral level, as we all know, it is your most inclusive forum. The real challenge that we are seeing is that the current US administration is not of a mind even to agree to things like soft law guidelines, right? This is the particular challenge, or rather soft law guidelines on the design of policies, where there does seem to be some progress made, for example, in the Committee on Trade and Environment, is by framing the issue as one of trade facilitation. And there does seem to be appetite amongst all members to talk about transparency about these measures. What needs to be notified? When should it be notified? What should be shared? What level of information and detail should be shared? And that it's not everything, but it is an important first step in starting to build gradually more interoperable trade and climate measures. So that is one dynamic. The particular political angle of the US administration means soft law has to be framed, or initiatives under soft law have to be framed in a particular way. The second dynamic, which I might get to in my later intervention, the address later, is that there is an overall deep geostrategic competition underlying all of this, right? So there is going to be, I think the challenge for us in thinking about soft law options is to think, where does a soft law approach to cooperation make sense even at a pre-competitive level, right? And again here, the idea of focusing on trade facilitation, of reducing costs to business where they are avoidable, is an idea that even highly competitive large powers can probably get behind. So we're going to have to be realistic and clever, I think, in trying to find opportunities at the multilateral level. Again, at the bilateral level and the plurilateral level, things become much easier, as we all know, but the impact is less by definition. So those, I think, were some of the, am I optimistic or pessimistic? I'm optimistic about realistic approaches. Let's put it that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice. There are a lot more questions now, so if time permits, we'll come back to that. But Dr. Mike Mishra, another good friend of mine, has been patiently waiting and patiently listening to all the interventions, and has a very unenviable job to be the last speaker. But we are really excited to hear your thought, because we talk about not the rule making side of it, but more the implementation side of it. So yeah, as someone told me, and which I repeat in every conference, where a policy is as good as it's implemented. If a good policy badly implemented is a bad policy. So yeah, over to you, Mike.
Thank you. Very good evening to all of you. I'll be talking about Indian scenario specifically when we talk about energy transition, because all the international agencies, they have clearly said that India acquires the center stage when we talk about energy transition. the World Energy report, which is published by IEA, it clearly says that India is the biggest contributor in terms of demand, specifically in terms of energy. First, the largest demand contributor is in terms of oil. Second, in terms of coal and electricity. Third, in terms of natural gas, which clearly suggests that India is still heavily dependent on fossil fuels for its energy requirements. Why are we talking about transition? This is the first question which comes to our mind. When we look at WWF report, which was published in 2008, it clearly outlines the reason why we are talking about energy transition. It clearly says that Mother Earth is already in a state of ecological overshoot. What do we mean by ecological overshoot? It says that the replenishment rate of Earth with respect to the resources which we use is more, which means we are using resources more, and the replenishment rate of Mother Earth is very, very low. It is comparatively, when we talk about the statistics, it's 2009 statistics, which says that Earth takes 1.5 years to renew the resources which we use in 1 year. Right? This is the reason why we have to transition from the fossil fuel-based energy system to a renewable energy-based system. Now, another report I'll refer to is World Energy Transition Outlook 2024. It is published by IRENA. It clearly talks about 2 action points which every nation has to undertake. One, we have to triple the rate of renewable energy installations. Second, we have to also look at the energy efficiency enhancements. This is very, very important. All the countries, they have to work on these 2 aspects if we are talking about energy transition, right? Coming to India, when we are talking about renewable energy, late to in 2025, the statistics suggest that we have already achieved 250 gigawatts of renewable energy installations, and the target for 2030 is 500 gigawatts. So we are much ahead of time, but at the same point of time, the installations are there on policy papers and on all the government websites. You'll find these statistics that 250 gigawatts of installed capacity we have. But the point where we lack is its connectivity to the grid. Power Grid, which is the company, it approximately controls 75% of national transmission infrastructure and its grid connect. They are not coping up with the energy demand and the installed capacity, right? So this is something where we have to work upon. Fine, we have installed capacity, but the energy has to be evacuated and connected to the grid so that even the farthest possible areas of the country can also reap out the benefit of renewable energy. Which means we have to make a holistic policy wherein we also look at the other infrastructural requirements. Second, energy efficiency. Again, a very critical aspect. We have Energy Conservation Act 2002, which talks about, which in fact establishes an organization which is known as a Bureau of Energy Efficiency to take care of energy efficiency requirements of the nation. But if you look at the drafting of that particular statute, the core powers are reserved for the central government. And advisory, awareness, raising awareness, all these kind of ancillary functions are given to Bureau of Energy Efficiency. They're not performing the core functions. The core functions are reserved for the central government. Again, it's a hyper-technical job when you are specifying requirements or you are specifying standards for machineries, for plants, for factories. It's a hyper-technical job. So this is the first problem with Energy Conservation Act 2002. Now the second problem, which is a funding-based problem. I was looking at the last year budget for Bureau of Energy Efficiency. It was only 22.5 crore rupees, only 22.5 crores. But if you hear what is the amount which we require annually for making energy efficiency enhancements, it is approximately 1 lakh crore rupees annually. So the amount of budget which Bureau of Energy Efficiency is receiving is much, much less. So howsoever strong we have laws, howsoever strong policies we have, the budgets are not supporting the realistic implementation of the policies or laws. Then a very important aspect, which central government has to look upon, because we have 5 different ministries which look after different energy resources in our country. a Ministry of Coal, we have Department of Atomic Energy, we have Ministry of Power, etc., etc. Now, a couple of days back, I had an opportunity to talk with the CMD of Central Coalfields Limited. I was talking to him about how Government of India is actually looking at the role of coal, because ultimately we have to shut it down. We have to shift to renewable energy resources. So what is the future? What are you looking at basically? So he was very clear. He said that, see, we have a clear-cut directive from the government that we have to ramp up our production. We can't help it. And for next 15 to 20 years, we are not going to, curb our production. So it's very clear from the side of government. But when we are saying that we have to ramp up renewable energy production, ultimately we have to slow down the rate of fossil fuels, the electricity which is generated out of fossil fuels, but that is not being done. Again, there is a policy incoherence here, which I can figure out. Next, we have to also focus on technological researches, which is an area which has been left out by the Government of India. We don't have specific dedicated budget as far as researches are concerned. Technological researches are concerned, it's not there. And there are certain schemes wherein Government of India has put in budgets, but specifically for this, there is no budget allotted. Unless we become self-sufficient in terms of energy technology researches, it's not going to work out. For example, we all perceive that electric vehicles are an alternative to fossil fuel-based mobility solutions. But we all know, have you heard about this company named as TSMC? Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company. It controls approximately 65 to 71% of semiconductor manufacturing across the globe. If we combine China, Taiwan, and South Korea, they clearly dominate the semiconductor production area. More than 75% is being manufactured by them, semiconductors. And they have the capacity to bring down all the 5 big companies of US. If they stop producing or manufacturing semiconductors, they can bring down all the 5 big companies which are individually bigger than National Stock Exchange of India. Individually bigger than. Right. So in order to become self-sufficient, we have to work upon this area, and researches have to be carried out, and specific budget must be outlined with respect to this. And lastly, I would agree with our External Affairs Minister, who very categorically and clearly says that the Indian stand is very, very clear on this point when it comes to energy requirements. We'll look for trade, investment, or any solution, whatever is feasible for us. So is very clear that energy security and energy requirements for Indians acquires the central stage or the primary, responsibility for the government, be it anything else. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. And yeah, it's quite fascinating that we don't really talk about scarcity of raw materials and resources when talking about this transition. We generally talk about environmental sustainability. So I think we do really need to actually draw on different lenses simultaneously, possibly to look at the issue. Before I open the floor for the audience, obviously I had to pose a question to Professor Harrison, and for your final remarks and for any further inputs, over to you, Professor Harrison, and then we'll open the floor for the audience questions.
Yeah, can you hear me? That's great. Yeah. So I just thanks again for allowing me to be part of this fascinating panel, and I've learned a lot about a huge range of issues, from carbon markets to investment policy to kind of Indian energy transition issues. So it's been really a great discussion, I think, of a range of issues. And I'm only talking in my remarks about a very small part of this overall jigsaw in thinking about the kind of provisions that we're finding in these trade agreements that, as I said, I think are interesting because they create much more specific kind of soft law cooperative arrangements for governments to talk and cooperate and potentially put financial resources towards issues of sustainability and green transition. And I think the question was more about, how can we rely on these obligations without them being kind of hard law and having sanctions behind them, if I understand that right. And I suppose my answer to that would be, we can't. We shouldn't rely on them. We shouldn't. We certainly shouldn't have any certainty that they're going to be effective. But I think in the context of a world where we have an increasing rise of unilateral measures that a lot of people on the panel have talked about, and a kind of fragmentation of approaches to issues of green transition and trade policy becoming quite a kind of irritant in that process. I think these trade agreements where you have much more defined and stronger forms of cooperation that have specifications around things like supporting stakeholders, developing certification processes, reducing barriers for producers, all of those kind of issues specified as issues on which the governments will cooperate, then and not just vague provisions, but the idea of work plans, committees, subcommittees, a whole kind of infrastructure that we haven't necessarily seen, I think, certainly in EU trade agreements, but I think is rare in trade agreements more generally. Then to me, that looks like an interesting model that we might want to look at. And as researchers, then, and I'm someone who's often done research around trying to understand how trade policy is implemented in practice, I think this is an area where as researchers we can look at, well, what are these committees and these processes and these work plans actually doing in practice? What resources are being put towards these issues? And how are governments cooperating maybe to overcome some of the hostility and problems created by these unilateral measures? And so I think that's, for me, just a really interesting source of future research. Not that I'm confident that necessarily everything will happen in the way that we would want it to, but more that I would like to investigate that further.
Thank you, Dr. Harrison. Well, yeah, I don't really have anything more to say to that because I concur with what you're saying. So wonderful. I see Werner raising his hand, so I'm pretty sure that his question would be a challenge for everyone. But yeah, can we have a microphone? And I'd also like to know how much time do we have from the organizers? Do we have time for taking up more questions?
Maybe for the next 10 minutes.
10 minutes? That's good.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. This was a fascinating panel. I have 3 questions. The first one is for Professor Harrison. When you looked at the chapters of the Indonesia FTA, it strikes me that whenever it comes to EU arrangements with Asia, there's much more soft law than with other continents. And when it comes to, in the past, it often was the case that on the European side, they were worried about getting the votes from the member states, but now with the support of the European Court of Justice, exclusive competence seems to be clear. So the question I would have is, to what extent do these institutional provisions foresee involvement of the European Parliament, because that has become now with FTAs the main obstacle for the Commission to get things through. And the second sub-question would be, when you think back to CETA, to the Canadian FTA, there were provisions that I found very fascinating, that the EU and Canada would commit to act jointly, for example, on climate change mitigation in international fora, so they would join forces in making rules for the future. Is there anything of that kind in the Indonesia agreement? My next question would be to Alice. I understand you still have time until 12 Geneva time, right? So I found it fascinating what you thought about the soft law approach. I'm not going to ask you about the committees. I would be interested. You were talking about business also, and I was wondering to what extent is the solution here in self-regulation by business associations and maybe NGOs. I mean, we've seen with the EU Commission, obviously there's resistance with the paradigm shift in the US and also domestic industry. The Commission may be well-meaning, but it's very good at creating very complex administrative structures. And I was wondering to what extent can we have models in place that rely on self-regulation and basically experiences also from businesses in Europe, how this monitoring, verifying and so on actually works in practice with a lesser administrative burden. And related to it, you were talking about who do we accredit in member states or in third countries. I wonder whether, if you wisely accredit organizations, you might even foster support for the green transition, when many now find deforestation, see them social and responsible labeling just problematic and burdensome. And my last question would be to Elakia. I mentioned earlier before the problem of the economies of scale and scope. And what you said certainly works for India. If you do industrial policy, you will have the scope and scale to develop a domestic production. A question I'm often getting is from smaller developing countries. What is for them the solution? Because if they do their domestic industrial policy, they might not have the scope and scale of production. And some have been suggesting that the solution could be in groups of smaller developing countries joining forces and coordinating industrial policies. Do you have any thoughts on that? Thank you.
Thank you, Olga. So, Professor Harrison, we'll start with your for more questions, but yeah, these were these three questions. Harrison, you, and then
yeah, great. Yeah, thanks for the great question. Really interesting, and the very short answer, given the time, I could speak at length about this. But yes, there are commitments in the EU-Indonesia agreement around cooperation in international fora, particularly around mining and raw materials, around sustainable food systems, and probably others as well. I need to go back and check. So there are, I suppose, equivalent provisions to what we find in the EU-Canada agreement, although a level of generality and abstraction that it will be interesting to see what follows on from them in practice. You know, whether there's actually a follow-up, as I've said, with all these agreements. On the EU Parliament side, I can't think of any provisions that give follow-up, kind of formal follow-up kind of rights, if you like, to the European Parliament to get involved in the implementation of these. And that would be, I can't think of any other EU agreement that does that. I mean, the EU Parliament has been very involved in other agreements in a sort of what I would see as a less formal role, so sort of the Vietnam Agreement and others. I suppose the only thing I would say there is that the European Parliament, in its shift to the right, is probably, you know, there's a changing attitude maybe around, to some degree, around some of these environmental issues, and so there's no guarantee that the Parliament would want to take the role that maybe it has on labour issues and environmental issues in the past and pushing those agendas. But I don't think there's anything formally within the trade agreement that gives it that role, and that's not something we've seen in the past. I think what's more important in a way is that these cooperative provisions are happening in the shadow of the kind of unilateral measures. And so that's the kind of agenda that I think probably drives them to be both more specific and more likely to involve kind of concrete follow-up.
Thank you, Professor Harrison. Alice, your thoughts on the question, please? The question was to you, obviously.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Werner. Great questions as usual. Maybe the easiest one, because I can only agree forcefully, accreditation is key, right? It's one of these highly technical, almost hidden in the trade, in the realities of trade processes and sort of points in the process where if you have your documents accredited, verified, you trade. If you don't, you don't. And who accredits the verifiers is key. And I think you're right? If we took a clever approach to being able to accredit regional verifiers, it could actually, you know, who could service producers in a number of different developing countries in different regions, that would actually make accreditation far more accessible and far more reliable. So I think you're right in pointing to that as key. The idea of self-regulation, you know, it's interesting. There's two things I have seen in speaking to businesses. And one is that for very large businesses who trade internationally across different regulatory frameworks and different regulatory jurisdictions, they are trying themselves to work out an internal system of paperwork and monitoring and reporting that streamlines things for them. In my conversations with them, including some very large steel companies, it's not going terribly well, right? They're developing their own little system, but it is extremely difficult. also because the requirements for CBAM have tended to come out very late and without enough detail to enable them to develop good systems internally. Could large companies facing different requirements cooperate? Yes, potentially again, they've said, but again, at a pre-competitive point, right? So where it is just a question of reporting and verifying, fine. The other thing to mention is that the private sector being endlessly innovative, there is now a whole little cottage industry of consultants and service providers offering to do CBAM and other border carbon adjustment reporting for companies, right? For importers and for exporters subject to it. And you would think that those businesses would have more interest than any in offering a service that harmonizes to the extent possible, harmonizes information and as it's transmitted, because the difference is their margin. So there's around, but nothing coordinated or comprehensive yet.
Thank you so much. Alukia, over to you.
Thanks, Werner, for bringing up this question. So I was mostly thinking about the economic efficiency as a justification, and the key point that I was trying to arrive at is that the industrial policy that achieves a cost parity with other traditional products, right, vis-a-vis the clean technology products. And I think this could be successful from different perspectives. One is with regard to the fact of consumer behavior as well. So one of the things that I liked about the industrial policy rewarding higher efficiency was that it does not transfer the cost to consumers as well. Consumers look at green products or clean technology products. At preliminary, I have seen at least two behaviors, right? So one is one, I would say that in the morning when Professor Tripathi was giving his welcome address, he was talking about people should know about what happens at the global level, what are the EV subsidies they are getting at. So I did note the fact that he was also talking about EV subsidies, and in my conversation with another professor from NLUO who had bought an EV vehicle, I was like, what made you switch from a petrol-based car to an EV car? So the first thing that she pointed out was the cost, the subsidies that the Odisha government gives, and how the cost had come down. So she bought an EV, and so the cost was a key thing that I did. I could clearly understand the cost is going to be the point about it. And also, I did notice that one of my students, a management student, not a law student, who, when I had given a class activity of taking a decision whether technical regulation has to be complied with or not, was teaching this course on India and international trade to management students. So the response that I got from the student was, there will be an additional cost for the complying with the technical regulation, but I would market my project to be a greener one, so that would sort of justify the cost increase. So what I took from this interaction with the student was, always the consumers associate clean products with a premium cost. Green premium cost is something that's referred to, right? So if the developing countries come together and have an industrial policy that sort of is able to achieve this cost parity with the traditional products, then probably I think that should be good enough. And also on the point that you were talking about, how would a WTO would look at these instruments? Would it be? I was thinking that this would be a challenge, because now I was thinking WTO may favor the least trade restrictive approach, but then listening to you about the most efficient trade policies could be something that could become the norm. So if that becomes the norm, it's something I think we may see that very soon with at least the India-China dispute on solar PV modules. So we could also see whether the most efficient policy approach is what is taken, going to be the future norm, or is it going to be a least trade restrictive approach? So I think as long as the end product is cost parity, doesn't get shifted to the consumers, this could be a viable solution, even if developing countries come together. Also, I didn't, there's one point that I wanted to talk about, which you were also talking about the inclusiveness. So these are the considerations that should be there. The point that Professor Mike was also talking about the lack of budgets. So there is an IEA report which says that India from the period 2019 to 2021 had certain percentage of cities where they did not have access to electricity, and they were scaling up. There are many schemes that have come up, the grid that he was talking about. And I mean, on paper, we do see the policies trying to redress the situation. And also, he talks about not having budget to do it. So that sort of made me to add a third point to what Professor Shailja was saying in the morning. She was talking about subsidies in terms of adequacy and efficiency. I also want to add the third point, capability to provide subsidies. Right, so that may be true for other developing countries, even if India is struggling with the budget for in providing the basic access to electricity. And the final point that I would make is PSNR, that was also discussed in the morning. That also, I do see that FDI could be an answer to it. So even the PSNR, permanent sovereignty to natural resources, is something that could not achieve the intended results, because when the resolutions were getting passed in the United Nations, PSNR, the subsequent resolution, NEO or CERS, all of these, simultaneously, capital exporting countries were signing bilateral investment treaties, which effectively neutralize the protections. So even if we assert on PSNR, there has to be a strategic approach to it. Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to add something on what Dr. Lukia said on investments. I might be seen as a negative guy here, but I speak on the realities of industry and what actually happens on the ground. You do BITs, you do PTAs, do whatever you want. Investments in this country won't come on the level where the same level as China. We see China as like a big attractor of investments, because any agreement that we create with any industry body or industry company or our sovereign nations, a dispute settlement mechanism is one of the, I would say, very bad. And a lot of people don't have trust in the dispute settlement mechanism in India. That's why a lot of investors are hesitant to come down to India. And this is where China has won. I work with an organization which actually helped China from last 75 years to transform their laws to attract investment in their country. This is the only US organization, legal organization, which is being given office by the Chinese government in Beijing. And they're funding that organization because that organization is at the helm of helping China to attract investment. So if we do not correct our course of dispute settlement mechanism, arbitration, and also if we don't open the market for foreign law firms where they can come, they can provide services to their own countries and their industries, investments are not going to come. We can be optimistic, but this is the reality, and Satvik knows because CITL is also involved in that discussion of digitalization of the illegal market, but that's also important. So there's a whole range of issues that have to work together for India to get more investment and to do this just transition to get climate finance. That's my take.
Great. So thank you, Manoj. Do we have any more time for any more questions? I have 10 seconds for your question and 20 seconds for the answer by the panelists. Can you please keep it very quick? Let us know which panelist your question is to, because I do understand that, yeah, the panels for the students and for the young researchers. So very quick.
I'll be quick. Specifically in regards to the ground reality, I just wanted to ask, I may be subject to correction. In regards to SME or MSME, there exists a de minimis of 50 tons. This is an EU document that I read, wherein if, for example, if hot rolled steel up to 50 tons will be exempted if it's exported. Now, subject to financial viability, profitability, and practicality, will it be actually helpful for the MSME sector in India? That's my question.
And 20 specifiers?
Satvik is 11%.
So for me, Well, I have no answer to that because we still don't know what the factual reality would be.
I'll
But yeah, I mean, like
yes, it is very important, even if you are emitting less than 50 tons of it, because it's not just about the CBAM and being a part of supply chain. You are you are operating in a country where we have to balance climate action with industrial growth. And so, as your ESG commitments, 1,000 companies under the BRSR will go to 10,000 and some 50,000. So, your MSME will be covered in that. And also, if you want to attract investment to your business, you have to prepare your ESG report, even if you are not asked to be compliant by SEBI. So, be ready with that. You never know, after 5 years, you might be in that ambit of reporting your ESG disclosures. So, yes, it is important. It's one for sure. It will be effective or not, we'll see. But with that thought, I think one thing's for sure that the governments are trying to regulate the supply side of energy transition. But I think if the demand side is kind of works well, then I think the demand side will take care of the supply side. So I think it's important for our constituencies to be more aware about energy transitions, green technology, and green fuel, and then maybe the companies and the governments will kind of follow suit, because I think the consumers know the best. So I think with that thought, I'll conclude the session. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, Professor Harrison. Thank you, Alex, for patiently waiting for the session to start and then to continue with the flow. I'll now pass the floor to
Thank you, Professor Harrison and Ms. Tipping. This segment, the panel discussion, was supposed to be followed by a special address by Ms. Tipping, but I think, Ms. Tipping, do you have enough time to just quickly deliver maybe a part of that address? Then over to you.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for adjusting and accommodating. The online versus in person, never an easy set of timetables to juggle. But let me, in my special address, I was going to speak a little to an article that I published in October last year that talked a little bit about how different functions at the WTO had adapted to the geopolitical realities that they've been facing, and the fundamental differences that had emerged between members over the last few years. What I will do perhaps is to focus at this point on the second half of the article. Many of you in the room know very well the workarounds that have been developed at the WTO system to manage the geopolitics, and how well or how poorly those have functioned. So let me perhaps leave you with some of the thoughts from the article about the sort of the more fundamental change that I think we may need in our system of global trade rules. Essentially because the premise on which we built them back in 1994, I think, is shifting. And many of you, the economists in the room, will have to forgive me for this, but for the purposes of a wide article and a wide audience, if we look back to where we started in the WTO system of rules, and in fact many free trade agreements through the years of the 90s, they reflect an assumption, right, that an efficient global marketplace was the best way to ensure a steady supply of all the goods and services that a society might need or might want. And the agreements that we have struck at that period, and which we still live with, essentially assume that a government's job is to enable its businesses to exploit their comparative advantage through trade, so that consumers have enough money then to buy everything they might need or everything they might want, such as they can afford. Now that sort of very neoliberal, very economic assumption may have held in some cases. For countries with very limited productive capacity, this may always have been a false promise, but that was the assumption that we built at least our multilateral system of trade law on. And the point that I make in this article is that I think the pressures, at least of the last 10 years, have made all of our governments think again about that assumption, right? That we can simply rely on the market always to produce and to provide what we need. And some of these pressures over the last 10 years, if we think back, have been sudden and violent. The COVID-19 pandemic made it very clear overnight that large parts of the global market could simply grind to a halt. The Russia-Ukraine war, I think, clearly woke Europe up to the danger of depending on what became a hostile power for energy. And the United States' new aggressive approach to trade policy in the last few months has shown us that the global market can be warped suddenly by one powerful individual. And governments, as we have seen, are responding by diversifying their trade relationships and trying to build politically reliable, rather than just economically reliable, supply chains. But I think the other reality is that there are pressures that have been building behind the system for decades. Right? We were talking just about China's investment, and the scale of the Chinese government's own investment in education, in infrastructure, and its direct involvement in its private sector have left, my sense is, left many businesses in the world feeling that they're not competing with Chinese counterparts, they're increasingly competing with the Chinese state and frequently losing. And many developed and developing country governments, I feel, have become more interventionist to avoid completely depending on a manufacturing giant that they don't entirely trust. So those governments with money compete with subsidies, and I was interested in the discussion just now about how effective those subsidies are and the levers that they pull. That's, of course, an ongoing policy debate and an interesting one. But the reality is that governments without the money to subsidize compete with local content requirements or import and export restrictions in an effort to build local capacity. And when Professor Harrison said that the EU and Indonesia had very public disagreements, I thought he was about to say nickel, but he said palm oil. But that just illustrates, I think, the point, right, is that governments are intervening much more actively in their economies in an effort to build local capacity. And the other long-term pressures, which I think governments are responding to and which require a response beyond simply what the market can provide, are the changes in technology and the changes in climate change. Right? So adapting to and mitigating climate change is going to require changes, transformations of economies that are so large that governments need to lead them. And in doing so, though, governments also want their own businesses to benefit from the growth of that low carbon economy. And we've been talking about this already. So that's one massive change. On the other side, data is becoming a key resource endowment, right? And productive processing capacity now shapes a country's ability to add value both to services and physical goods. And where data describes the behavior of individuals or critical national systems, governments can and should intervene to shape how that information can be used. But I think the challenge that all of this presents to our system of trade and investment law is that governments may, over the years, begin to honour, in particular, their WTO commitments to open markets and MFN and national treatment, honour them more in the breach than in the observance, right, as they increasingly intervene in their economies to achieve their climate or their security or their employment priorities. You know, most of them are trying to stay within the lines we drew in 1994, but my sense is the 21st century looks more like a 2-degree world riven by geostrategic competition. And I think we're going to need a new conversation about what interventions make sense for the common good and which do not. And here the challenge, that I think is the challenge that really presents itself to the WTO system, right? We have workarounds, structured discussions, plurilateral negotiations. We have the MPIA, where the dispute settlement system has stopped. But those workarounds are not going to be sufficient to fix this fundamental issue, right? So we're going, I think, to need a conversation, and this is the WTO reform agenda in part, but a conversation about resetting the rules that govern how governments can intervene to shape trade policy, right? It's subsidies to agricultural and non-agricultural products, digital services, trade-related investment rules that have already come up, import and export restrictions. You know, all of these, many of these are already part of the WTO reform agenda, but many of these are going to be, I think, increasingly rethought. It doesn't mean we have to necessarily rethink everything. We still want commitments to non-discrimination, to transparency and predictability, but we are going to need, I think, a system that rebuilds a set of multilateral rules for a more multipolar reality. So that is a short sort of thumbnail sketch of what is in fact a larger article. It is, of course, on our website if you're interested in the broader range of thinking that went into it. But I thought it would be a useful contribution perhaps at the end of your afternoon. Maybe you can go in, think of some of these things over dinner. We all wish we were there, those of us who are not. but I hope it's a useful contribution to the debate going forward. So thank you for giving me a little bit of time just to inject that into the discussion. Thank you again.
I'd just like to add one small point. I agree with Alice, and obviously I agree with everyone that there is a need to kind of have a relook at the rules, the multilateral rules, and possibly it's time to kind of go back to the CAT negotiations or the WTO negotiations era, where the countries were brave enough to get their political interests take a backseat, and the economic and the globalization related interests to take the front seat. Maybe right now it's less about globalization, more about sustenance and sustainability and the survival of the planet. So let's hope that the negotiators do the right thing.
Thank you, Mr. Ping. Thank you once again for joining us across time zones and staying back with us. Apologies for not being able to give you enough time, but I think overall it was a very, very engaging discussion. Thank you so much, Mr. Ping. I'll now request Dr. Tanvi Shams, Assistant Professor at NLUO, to present mementos as a token of gratitude to all our panelists. I'll request the panelists to just. Thank you, Tanvi. Thank you, all the panelists. Thank you, audience. I request everyone to join us for tea in the adjoining room. Thank you.
you.